stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started. On Twitch, Stream Elements says, PlayCompile is now live. Streaming software and game development. Get started in Unity. Remaking Genshin's Finchball minigame.
Hello. Wow. I think the ads are still running, so give me a sec. Okay, so Twitch is annoying. We already knew that. So I was managing my own ads with my AI assistant there, but I was still getting the lower revenue. I mean, I don't really get any revenue, but one day I might. So here's the thing, right? To get the higher revenue, you have to stream at least 3 minutes of ads. Well, no. The way it works, to avoid pre-rolls on the channel, you've got to stream 3 minutes of ads per hour. Twitch doesn't really care how you break that up, but you need 3 minutes of ads per hour. So the easiest or best way to do it is to run 3 minutes of ads on the hour every hour, which is what my AI agent does. set it up that way. And then that disables pre-rolls. Now, Twitch has an ad manager which will automatically do all this for you. And if you use that, you also get more revenue. So it's like 55% revenue instead of 33% revenue. I mean, more revenue is more revenue. Again, I don't actually really make, because I don't have enough viewers right now to get the revenue, but it, you know, probably should be set up. If I'm already meeting the minimum requirements for that, then it makes sense to get that, right? But they don't give you the higher revenue unless you use their built-in ad manager. Their built-in ad manager will not let you set it so that ads start an hour into the stream, which is how I like to do it. So the only way around it that I can see, it's really annoying, but I guess it lines up with the new little intro that I made. The only way around it I can see is to get Twitch to run the ads at 1 minute into the stream, and then it will try to run ads when I'm already running ads, right? So hopefully it won't run more ads. We'll see how it goes, because I only turned that on last night. But yeah, I had to mess around with Twitch's settings so that I could get the higher revenue for what I'm doing, which is already what I'm doing. But you have to use their ad manager to do it. So I don't know if that's going to interfere with my own custom ad scheduling in PCBoo or what. If the only difference that it makes is that it's going to insist that I run 3 minutes of ads at the very start of the stream, well, that's fine, because I just made a nice fancy intro. It gives people a chance to get to the stream anyway. I guess I'm fine with that, because I'll just wait 3 minutes to start the stream, although I am very impatient. And that 3 minutes there wasn't even 3 minutes, was it? Well, actually, yeah, it's saying now that that was 7 minutes. I don't know why that took so long. I think it kicked in a couple of minutes later than it was supposed to. Whatever, we'll figure it out. I don't know. If it becomes a problem, I'll just put it on the lower ad revenue, since I don't get ad revenue anyway because of the, you know, the number of views. So what I want to do today is something I've never done before. So if you're watching for the stream title, which is Getting Started with Unity, bear with me. It's the first time I'm ever doing this, but I will try my best to make it easy to follow along. The idea is, so I really like these sort of Hoyo mini games that they do in their games. Right now there's a Finchball mini game, and I think they're like a perfect place to start. And it's also like, I did the match 3 one the other day. That was fun. So I've had this idea in the back of my mind for a while that I want to remake some of Genshin's mini games, or some of the other games mini games. Whenever I see a good one, it could be fun to sort of challenge myself, whilst also challenging myself, because I'll enjoy doing that myself. Other people may find that helpful, a good place to start learning, because they should be simple, they should be kind of basic, and just give you a sort of general grasp of how Unity works and game design and all the rest of it. So we are going to need to be in Genshin. But what I will need to mention at this point, because I don't know how this is going to work exactly. Well, I know how it's going to work, I just don't know how I can let people know on the stream, so I'll mention it now. So we now have a GitHub. So if we've got a GitHub, and it should just be PlayCompile. There I am. Might be a capital P. Yeah, does it have to be a capital P? That's weird, because it wouldn't let... Oh, okay, maybe I'm thinking of Discord. Yeah, I'm probably thinking of Discord, actually. Yeah, I've changed Discord as well. Discord's now themed, and I'm going to try to update it and stuff like that. Okay, so if you go GitHub PlayCompile, the project that we are doing now, I will put it on here. So now might be a good time if you're not confident in following along, or you just want the project or whatever, it'll be here. Alright, so mention that now. It's not there now because I haven't made it yet. This is my first time using GitHub, so like I said, this is the first one. If you're here to learn Unity, it might be better to go to next week's, because unless you like watching me struggle. If you want to watch me struggle, that's great, because I'm learning too this week. Alright, I'm figuring out GitHub. Never used it before, really. I got to figure Discord out. And I've not really done this before. I kind of have, but not really. I'm trying to be more structured with it, basically. Because the way I currently do things, it's like very hard for anyone to really find anything useful, I think. Like, I don't think it's fair to expect people to sort of trudge through hundreds of hours of me streaming to find something useful that can help them out. So if I try to structure...
It looks like you're now playing Genshin Impact.
No.
Would you like me to update the stream?
No. We're not actually playing Genshin Impact. I mean, we are, but we're not. Oh man, this game's gonna suck me in. No, Siege win. No, we're not here for you. Event ending. Alright, so the first stage when you want to make a game is to understand what are you making, right? Have an idea, have a basic concept. Alright. And so I'm going to show you my concept. I'll show you what we're doing. So in Genshin Impact they have these events. This one is the one that I want to remake. So Bing Bang Finchball. So let's go to play now. So don't worry, we're not going to remake Genshin Impact. I would love to. I'm actually trying to do that in a way. There is a game a bit more like this that I am making, but my god, I had to take a break because it's just so much. I also need to learn. Oh, there's so much I need to learn. I'm still learning too, but I think that's fine. You never stop learning. Okay, so here we go. We're in the event. Free, easy, and fun. So they have two modes as far as I can see. They have an online PvP mode, which is actually kind of fun, actually. We probably won't be doing that. We certainly won't be doing that at first because online, I'm only just learning. So I recently made like a car racing online thing. That was such a nightmare. Like the single player was fine. I had all the single player set up, and then when I went to go and add the online stuff, my god, it was pure pain. It really was. But probably not in the ways that you would expect it to be. It's just, yeah, I need to get better at the online stuff. I need to find a way to make that more streamlined. But yeah, I was having no ends of issues figuring out how that works. I think it's one of those things where it's like once you know, right? I think my biggest issue with the project that I had is I wanted to. I already had my spawned objects, right? So you have basically the way the game worked is it had 3 cars, right? So I had 3 cars, and from the main menu you would go in. Before I wanted to add multiplayer, from the main menu you would go in and you would say, okay, am I doing 1 player, 2 player, 3 players? Because it would support like local couch co-op. Co-op times 3 is that tri-op? Probably not. It's probably still co-op. I'm probably just being an idiot. Anyway, and then based on the number of players that were selected in the menu screen, you would control one of the cars, and then you would have NPCs that controlled the other ones. All that was working fine. So in my mind, I was like, okay, it shouldn't be that difficult to just basically bring in somebody through a lobby and then have them control one of the other cars. It does not work like that. I wish it did. It's kind of supposed to work like that, but it really doesn't. So the way it actually works is you have these objects as network objects, and basically you spawn them through the network, and then once you spawn them through the network, then you have like ownership, like something's, you can decide whether it's client or authoritative or server authoritative. There's all these different ways that it can work. How is positional data going to be updated, all that stuff. And then you can also grant ownership, so you can say that this is controlled by this person on this client and this one is controlled by, and yeah, it's a whole mess. For something like this it might be a little bit easier, but yeah, basically you've got to spawn the object through the network if you want any kind of network multiplayer stuff to work. So even though to me it makes more sense to build the single player mode and then just, you know, like hand over controls to the network, it really, I tried like hell to get it to work like that. It would not do it. The only way I could do it was destroy the original single player object, respawn it through the network, and then it was able to control it, which sounds like a pain, and it is a bit of a pain, but it's not too bad. It's just, it has to kind of work the way Unity set it up, basically. Which I think is kind of counterintuitive to how you would normally do it, but whatever. It is what it is. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is play our game. So, sticky Finchball, the cute and friendly looking Finchball. After this ball is launched, it will stick to the first Finchball that comes in contact with and carry it along. Now, yeah, they always add like interesting, fun new mechanics. So they'll always start off very, 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 very basic. So, first thing I want to do is like analyze the controls, right? That's always the first thing to do. And ask, okay, what can I do as a player? So the first thing I can do as a player, and I like to use gamepad, is I can move left and right. And then I notice, actually I never noticed that before, I'm not rotating the arc. The arc is rotating by itself. The line of aim is actually rotating by itself. I didn't know that. Another thing I like to do, although I can't in here because you have to, I'm guessing A and D, if the analog stick, I'm guessing A and D on the keyboard would move the Finch left and right on the keyboard. I don't know if mouse does anything because I'm stuck in gamepad mode. So Genshin doesn't have auto switch. Genshin has to be set up to either be controller or keyboard and mouse. Why am I talking about this? Because we're going to have auto switch controls. It's going to support gamepad and it's going to support keyboard and mouse. I'm going to show you how to do all that. So I like to test to see what are the controls in keyboard and mouse because I don't play that way, so that I know what they need to be in ours, right? Okay, so what happens next? So we can move left and right. I believe the red, if we land it in the red box, we score more points. Yellow box, less points. It's determined by the number of little diamonds in the boxes, actually. And if I don't get it anywhere near either of those, I don't get any points. So R2 appears to be, like I can select different finches, and R2 appears to be fire. So basically, when I hold R2, I get a meter that charges up, which is obviously going to be power. When it reaches the end of the meter, it starts to charge back down again, so that me as a player, I can be the slowest person in the world, but I can still wait until the game, the game will wait for me to be ready, and I can say, okay, let's do half power. Half power is way too strong, as we can see, but now I know for next time. I already knew that, I was just testing it. Okay, so, yeah, okay, simple enough, right? Left and right. Hold it down. I did it way too strong again. Simple enough, yeah, I'm terrible at this game. I am so bad at this game. How can I be this bad at the game? Okay, that time it wasn't even strong enough. I literally, oh my god, I'm so bad at this game. The good news is you don't have to be good at games to make games, okay? And if this doesn't prove that, nothing will. Let me try again. I am not accepting that. That is actually embarrassing. I can't believe that. There you go. See, I can do it. I can do it. This game is hard though. Ah, damn it. I got it in the yellow. It's fine. At least I scored points this time. Alright, we need to get it in the red. Okay, we need to get it in the red. Oh, actually, I think maybe I could knock that one in and score more points. Is that how it works? Maybe that's what the tutorial was trying to tell me. So if I give him a big nudge. Yeah, so you'll see the score changes in real time. So as the Finch goes through, let's try one more time. I don't know if you noticed that, but the way it works as well is it's in real time. So as the Finch travels through, it goes up to 8, yeah, and then up to 8. Oh, nice. And as it slides out, the score goes back down. So you can kind of see all the time what the score is going to be, which is exciting. Yeah, it does that in multiplayer as well. Why am I so bad at this game? Well, if we land this guy in the red, I think, yeah, at least I ticked the first 2 boxes this time. Okay, so we know what we want, right? We know what we're aiming for. Are those poops? They're not poops, are they? No, I thought, you know what I thought those icons were? I thought they were little steaming poops, but I don't think they are. Let's go eat Zayton peaches. Alright, so we'll start with a new project. Because I want to show people how to do this from scratch. One thing that always annoys me is when tutorials... So this tutorial is going to be on the longer side because I'm doing it all in real time. Alright, there's going to be no editing. I'm not going to be using any previous code. New projects. Maybe I should make that a rule actually, is no using previous code. Now, here's the thing. Okay, again, I want to show you everything. I'm insane. That's a great way to start it off. Yes, stop watching now. No, well, basically, I'm using... So I use bleeding edge Unity, right? I use the latest version that is still not fully tested and can run into all sorts of problems. But that's just how I like to work. I like the extra challenge and I like the extra features. Wouldn't recommend that for your first project. Okay, so in Unity Hub, if you go to installs, official releases, let's get... Oh wait, is Unity 6 out of beta? Which version am I using? Oh, is that my install? Oh, that's my installs. Yeah, that's my installs. Locate, install editor. So these are my installs, so how the hell do I get... Is it just install editor? Okay, it's install editor. That confused me for some reason. Right, here we go. Official releases. So we can go back to Unity 6. Oh, that's good. Unity 6 is in official release now. You know what? This isn't going to be too bad. Then it shouldn't make too much difference. But in the interest of making sure that everybody's on the same page, right? Let's get the Unity 6 official preview. Now, if you're watching this in the future and you need, now we're in Unity 7 or who knows, whatever, and you really want the same version, yeah, you can go to Archive and then go to Download Archive and you can get any version you want from here. So you just go to Unity 6 and find the version that we're on and you'll be able to install that exact version if you're running into problems or, you know, you really, really want it. I don't know, do we need to go that far? Do we need a new version of Unity? Let's just do it. Because this is a great introduction for people. Okay, so I'm going to install the official preview of Unity. It's really not going to be that different from the version that I use. The version that I use is still Unity 6. So these are typically more stable and more tested than the bleeding edge ones that I use. And if you see LTS in a Unity release, it means long-term support. So typically they are sort of you go to out-the-box Unity builds, but it takes a while. Yeah, it takes a while before something goes into LTS. So if you want the latest version, so this is still a preview version that we're using now, that we're downloading now. So it's kind of still in beta, but it's a bit more fleshed out than the version I was using, basically. Has a bit more, has like another tier, another layer of support. The version that I use, it's not like you don't get any support, but they haven't finished building all the support structures around it, right? So you could still file a support ticket with Unity and say, it's doing this, and you can still bug report and stuff like that. But there won't be like full-on documentation surrounding that. There won't necessarily be a big community around it, you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like use at your own peril, sink or swim. Whereas this one's got a bit more sort of testing behind it, documentation behind it, if that makes sense. Yeah, because it can be overwhelming because there's so many freaking versions. It's like, where do I start? Which one do I use? So if you're not sure which one to use, I do highly recommend Unity 6. Unity went through a bit of a rough period with its updates. I think most people would agree with that. They kind of lost the plot and got a bit too focused on monetization and not focused enough on the engine itself. But after the big scandal with the pricing and everything last year, and they sort of had a rework around a remanagement, they've kind of they've sort of refocused their efforts for Unity 6 on what actually matters. And yeah, it's definitely improving in the right places now. It doesn't feel like they're sort of like, aiming for different things that nobody really asked for. So it's nice to see them start to turn this around. Install queued. So obviously while that installs, what we can do is we can play some more Finchball. Let's do the multiplayer, just so you can see it, because we're waiting for that anyway. Okay, so multiplayer, it's exactly as you would expect. What I've done is just randomized it. I like the fact that you can have a random level, so I'll just match on a random level. Accept. Rejected. Nobody want to play with me today or something? What is happening? This never happens. Okay, we've got somebody actually willing to play with me. 2 rejections in a row. What the heck? Okay, that was kind of weird. Okay, so right now when it's blue, I'm watching my opponent play. So I'm on the left, opponent on the right. I watch his gameplay first. We both share the same board, and the idea is that I can knock his sort of... Shit, that was nowhere near strong enough. Oh my god, I just embarrassed myself. Mind you, yeah, we both scored 1. We're both we're both bad as each other right now. I'll just pretend. You know what? No, I did that on purpose. I'm blocking him. You see? Oh shit, that's me. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Okay, now it's him. 2-0. We are so bad at this. Last round was a draw. Okay, that's him. Oh, I'm gonna have to step it up here. Just step it up here. Just waiting for it to rotate. Oh my god, I'm so bad. He's beating me. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Unity, have you first finished installing yet? Not even close. I wanted you to save me from myself. Right, come on. All we have to do is land it in the red. Why is that so hard for me? Oh my god, that was so embarrassing. That was so embarrassing. I want a rematch. That is no. No. Just no. That is not acceptable. It's still not even installed. It can take a while to install. Just shut up and rematch me right now. Rematch me. Rematch me right now. I want none of your bullshit. Just get me in. Hotel will play me. Yeah, Hotel will play me. Get me in a hotel in Plymouth. That is not what I said. Okay, please don't go to a hotel in Plymouth looking for me. I won't be there. Okay, I don't want you wasting your money. I'm not that kind of guy. Alright? I'm not hanging around seedy hotels in Plymouth. You got the wrong guy. You got the wrong guy. Okay, if I... I am so bad at this. It's me again. Let's just fire it this way. Okay. Yes. That was nicely done, actually. Because I didn't drag him into the red, but I got myself in the red. That was actually quite nicely done. I'm quite proud of that one. This is what I'm like, by the way. I am like some kind of zombified... I'm like some kind of brainless zombie. Oh, what the hell? No, that's not right. I don't like... By the way, I don't like these sucky mechanics because I don't understand them yet. That feels unfair to me. I don't know how that... I don't even know how it works. Maybe I would need to read it. But as you can see, like, some of the pieces will, like, suck pieces towards them when they land or something. I don't know. It's a bit too gimmicky for me. Not a fan. Oh, come on. What even happened? Didn't I have another red bird? Didn't I have two? And one... I don't know. Yeah, it's too silly. I think the sucky part is too silly. Like, so my version's not going to do the sucky part because I just hate it. Not because I can't do it. I could do it if I wanted to. It doesn't feel fair to me. I guess maybe that they thought it would add like a layer of unpredictability to it or something, or an extra layer of strategy, but maybe I just haven't got a feel for it yet. There we go. There's our Unity. Alright, we'll stay here because we're probably going to need to refer to it. Okay, so we want to make a new project. And then this can be confusing, right? These are your render pipelines, okay? If you're starting out, you know what everybody else would say, go with the universal. Go with built-in. I really just like HDRP. Okay, I'm going to go with HDRP because I like HDRP. HDRP stands for High Definition Render Pipeline. It's a better looking render pipeline, but it'll be fine for games like this. And I'm just more familiar with it as well. So I want to say it doesn't really matter which one you choose, but it kind of does because some of the stuff that we do might work vastly differently if you choose a different pipeline. So probably best if you pick the same one, just so you know everything works across both mine and yours. But yeah, the only thing it really affects is, you know, the render pipeline. So it affects things like materials, shaders, shader graphs, stuff like that. For this, we probably won't even really matter. I don't know whether to make these separate projects or not. I kind of want to make like a mini games project, but we're doing a beginners thing, so let's just call it Finchball and we'll make this just Finchball for now. But yeah, long term, I think I want to make like a mini games project so everything sits within mini games, and then you know, there'll be multiple mini games within that, so we can do like match 3, Finchball, and you know, all the ones we need as we're going in. So I'm probably just going to stick it all in one project eventually, but for now let's just make a Finchball project. Another good blast of the vape. I vape way too much, I gotta stop vaping. Do we have time for another round of Finchball or not? Probably not. Gee, I wonder why I have no viewers. Gee, Unity, I wonder why I have no viewers. You gotta have patience, okay? These things don't just happen. Sadly. I'm saying that to myself, alright, because I have no patience. So if you also have no patience, then hey, me too. It is what it is. Just going to delete this shortcut icon. Wow, that was thrilling. I could have had 3 rounds of bloody Finchball, couldn't I? I didn't think it would take that long. Why are you taking so long? Okay, oh my god, at last. Okay, so it's loading us into an outdoor scene, which I think is going to be like a demo scene. Now for this game, well, there are many ways we could go about doing this actually. That's a good point actually. Let me just have a look at the game again. I'm wondering how they've done it. Is this all UI? Or is it actual 3D objects, do we think? Let's see it. Actually, I think it's probably 3D objects, you know. I'll just do the single player mode for now. Oh, it's left me in co-op mode. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah, it's... No, of course, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's 3D objects. Okay, we can leave that like that then. Okay, interesting. Right, interesting. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Alright, so this should be fine, actually, this scene. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to Save As. Because this is like a demo scene, right? And they don't have a scenes folder. I like to have a scenes folder. So I'm just going to make a scenes folder in our project. I want to call this one... Let's call it Finchball for now. I don't know. Maybe we'd have separate scenes depending on like levels and stuff like that. But we can figure that out as we're going along. Right, so we have a basic lit scene with like a skybox and not much else. And that's fine. We don't really need anything else. We can remove the readme assets. We don't need that. Alright. Okay, first thing I would recommend that you do is go to Window Package Manager, click on Unity Registry, and search for or look for, when it finishes refreshing, seriously Unity, seriously, I'm trying to help you, Unity. You're not helping yourself. You can scold. See, this is why I use Unity, because you can scold Unity a lot, because it deserves to be scolded. So if you're into that kind of thing, that sounds kinky, doesn't it, the way I said that? I swear I'm not kinky. It kind of sounded kinky though. If you like scolding your game engine, giving it a good spanking every now and again, Unity's for you. It's really not like that, I promise, I swear. Okay, there's nothing kinky about it at all. It's actually horrendous, because like whenever you're scolding it, it means it's not behaving the way you'd like it to. But yes, you do get to scold it a lot. Okay, so there you go. We what did we just do? We imported something called the input system. So the input system is going to handle our gamepad, our mouse and keyboard, and all those various things. Just a quick word on that. If you go to, because I only learned this yesterday, if you go to project settings, you got like your input system stuff's here. I actually ran into a problem with a project yesterday where I didn't realize I'd done this. There it is, input manager. No, this is the old one. I think this is the old one. Where the heck is the thing? Oh yeah, in here you can put, let's put PlayCompile. So this is project settings, so you can set up various things about your project. So company name, PlayCompile, product name, Finchball, version, all this lot. What APIs is it going to use, such as DirectX 11, 12. 11 is fine. I'm just going to get rid of 12 actually. Yeah, let's restart the editor. You don't have to do this, it'll be fine. It'll use 11 anyway. I was actually looking for supported devices for the input manager, because basically I wasn't able to receive keyboard inputs on my dude, my AI assistant, and that's because I didn't realize I'd added it to the, I hadn't added it, like I'd removed it from, hang on. You shouldn't have to look at any of this really. I was trying to find out where that is because I can't see it here. Why does it look so blue? I have no idea. Okay. Right, so first of all, let's take a look at our Finchball, right? We need like a playing field, don't we? We need like a table or something and a playing field and various other things. So this is where I like to get assets from because I can't make 3D models for crap. If you go to sketchfab.com, they have tons of stuff on here. And am I logged in? I think so. Am I logged in? Yeah, I'm logged in. Okay, so we could put like, so we basically want something similar to a table or an actual table. Oh, I would click downloadable as well. And then the only thing it doesn't let you do, I don't think, is filter out the free ones. So a lot of these are like for sale, right? $11, $16. We don't want these. So we're looking for something that doesn't have a price that we can use to play our game on. Alright. Now, interestingly enough, we could use a pool table and get rid of the pool balls and the cues and stuff. That might actually be a good idea. Okay, we'll think about that. We might use the pool table and edit it. That might be our best option, actually. Got a little one here. That's pretty cute. Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna download this, and the version we want is GLTF. So basically, click download model GLTF. Click on it, open it up, go back to where you downloaded it, which is just in my downloads folder, and then extract it. So this bit's important, right? Because what your browser will do is it'll open the zip file, but it won't be extracted, and then your import won't work. Why have I got so much crap in here? I need to organize this. It should have made a folder called pool table. Yes, there. Okay, so there's our pool table extracted, right? And this part's important. So that these files exist on the hard drive and they're not just sat in memory still in the archive. Because if they're sat in memory still in the archive, your import part won't work. The next thing you're going to need to do is on here it should say importers. There we go. Grab your favorite importers. So we want to go down to Unity and download the importer for Unity. And there it is there. Sketchfab for Unity, Unity package. Download it. I've got a one next to mine because I've got two versions of Unity open right now, apparently. No, I don't. Why is that my default app? That one's new. Wait, which version are we in? Make sure we open it with the right one. 14. It's actually newer than the one that I've been using. I'm stuck. Where am I? When was... Something was asking me a question. I've lost it. Ah! It's fine. If we got our downloads folder, it'll be there. There it is. It'll ask us again. 14 apparently. Yeah, that does say new. Well, I'll just use this version then because this one's newer, I think. 14's higher than 5. Okay, so I can upgrade everything to this version then. Oh, that's cool, and it's come out of pre-release. Win-win. Win-win. Okay, so sorry, I'm going a bit fast. I clicked import. You'll get a little window come up in Unity that lists a bunch of files and tells you what it's going to add to your project. And then there's a little button in the bottom right that says import. Just click that. And then that will import this package into our project. Some of the projects refer to an API, blah, blah, blah. You just say yes for this file and anything that will be found later. Okay. Then if you look at your menu, you've got a new menu that says Sketchfab, and then there's an option that says import GLTF. That's what we want. And if we go back to our downloads, we want the GLTF file, dragging here, and then we want to give it a name. So we'll put table. We can say add to current scene. Why does it say out of date? Just ignore that. I don't know why it says out of date. I have no idea why it says that. Okay, and then if you click on the project tab, by the way, my window is set up probably different to yours, so you might be confused. There's a reason I set it up this way as well, by the way. You'll see why. I should probably show you how to move these, right? If I can remember myself. I think you have to do them one tab at a time, actually, because if I drag this inspector, It drags it out from the others, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain. If is there no way to drag the whole thing over there? If I just drag, hang on. No, that's kind of annoying. Okay, so the way we would get, let me show you. You'd have to do them one tab at a time, sadly, because it's a pain in the bum. Yeah, so yours probably looks like this. So why does mine look different? Well, because I moved them around. Yeah, I should show you how to do all this, really. The reason I like mine over here is because you spend a lot of time moving things from objects, inspectors. You end up dragging and dropping a lot of stuff from your library, which is down here, and a lot of stuff from your hierarchy to your inspector, which is over here. So for me, it makes more sense to have the inspector on the left because it's less distance to drag things onto. And when you've got to do like 100 things one after the other, you know, going from, let's say, here all the way over there 100 times and back again is a lot more work than just going up here, right? So that's why it's like a distance thing. That's why I like it there. And I would highly recommend you do the same. You don't have to, but I would highly recommend it. So that's why I have mine on the left. Other than that, the only other thing I might have changed from default is I've got an audio mixer here, and I'll show you that. So that's there. You got a Windows audio mixer, and then it will open an audio mixer. If you don't have one, it'll probably open it. Well, let's close this and find out. So let's say I didn't have an audio mixer. I got a audio mixer. Okay, it just added it for me. That's cool. I like it there though. And you can drag these tabs around. And I think I added the animation thing. So I think normally the animation thing isn't there. So it probably looks like this. So if you want the animation window, we haven't started doing anything like that yet, but I'm just showing you how to get these things. Go to Windows Animation. This one actually floats, but you can drag the tab and dock it wherever you want. And I like mine there. So that's how you make your Unity look like mine. All right, because I feel like a lot of people in tutorials don't think about that, and it's like, yeah. And also the lighting tab and occlusion tabs, these are being added in the same way, right? If you go to Windows, rendering lighting is lighting, rendering occlusion is occlusion. But this is silly to, also this is kind of a weird thing to be telling a new person, because none of this probably means anything to you at this point. Apologies, but I wanted to mention it because I always get frustrated when people don't show you you know, how to set up your project. I actually thought a new install of Unity would actually just give me a new default thing, but it actually hasn't, has it? So it must be it must be sharing settings across versions or something, which is news to me. I didn't even know that. Interesting. Anyway, right, we're going to do a couple of things now. In assets, you'll see you've got an import folder, and in import we have an object called table. And if we just drag this table into your hierarchy over here, okay, something appears in this window here, our scene window, and lo and behold, it is the pool table, but it is purple. Okay, a few things to mention. So this is the pool table that we just imported. So why is everything purple? Well, the reason everything's purple is because we're using HDRP, and the materials will have imported, because of the way Sketchfab import works, it would have probably set them to like standard materials or something. Yes, it did. Okay. So if you click on the materials subfolder within import, this is where our materials are stored. So a good practice is to rename this now and say that this is the table's material. because so we know it belongs to the table. And all you need to do to fix this issue is if you go to where it says standard under shader and click HDRP lit, ta-da, everything looks terrible. But it looks better than it did. Okay, so this is a lit shader, meaning that light can be calculated onto it, which is what we want for this. Now, why does it look like RoboCop? Well, it's because it doesn't have its texture applied. So when you change the material, the next thing we need to do is find base color. Okay, so I'm just going to do table diffuse, rename it, and then we want to basically go back to our material, table material, which is now here. And under the base map, we want to go to table diffuse and just drag. See what I mean about dragging things? Drag it onto this base map square here, and it will then load that material. So there you go. There's our beautiful pool table. It's looking very shiny. A bit too shiny for me, actually. I'll probably adjust that. If you want to change shininess and stuff like that, you have this metallic slider here. Okay, so that kind of changes things. And then you also have a smoothness slider here. I want mine to look kind of grassy like. There we go. So that's how I want mine to look. Now, do we want a red pool table or do we want to go green? Theirs was green, wasn't it? We could do ours red. We could change it. Now, the next thing I need to figure out is, obviously we're not playing pool, right? So we want to get rid of various things like balls and cues. So I'm inspecting this and I can see it's all one solid mesh. That is bad. Why is that bad? Well, it means we cannot separate the pool stick and the other various stuff. So this is where we give up. We go play Fortnite instead. No, we don't. Okay, so what we need to do then there's two ways of doing this. Well, there's one way of doing it, but there's two ways to do it from here. I'll tell you what, I don't normally do it this way, but let's do it this way. I'm gonna do it all inside of Unity. What I would normally do is I would normally go back to the model, download the FBX version, and then load that, edit it, re-import it into Unity. We're still gonna do that, but we're gonna export the FBX directly from Unity. And the reason why is not all models on Sketchfab have an FBX version. And so if you come across a model that doesn't have an FBX version, doing it this way, which I'm going to do now, you'll be able to do it this way. So there you go. So basically we want to go Window Package Manager, wait a century for it to load a list of like 20 things. Why Unity? Why? Okay, it's fine. And we're looking for something called FBX Exporter. There it is. So click FBX Exporter, click Install. Beautiful. And then what we want to do is we want to go to our pool table, right? So this is the parent. You might hear in object orientation, you might hear things like parent and child. It's not talking about your mum. It's not talking about those naughty kids of yours. But it kind of is, but it's talking about the ones in here. So this is our Big Daddy table. These are its little tykes, little demons, little minions. So what it basically means is everything, this belongs to this, and then this belongs to this, and this belongs to this, right? It's like a hierarchy, as you can see. So we always want to be on the parent, and then once we're on the parent, if we right click, we get a context menu, export to FBX. Now that we've installed our FBX exporter. So what do we want to call it? Table.fbx, export path, assets, source, transform, destination. All looks good to me. Click export. So did that just put it into the assets folder? Oh yeah. Ooh. I'm curious, has it also replaced the type with the FBX? Oh, that's really... No, it hasn't actually. Hang on a minute. Okay, we'll find out in a minute. I don't think it has. It looks like it's still... It's okay. Okay, anyway. Load your favorite 3D modeling. This is not my favorite 3D modeling, but it's what we have for now. Import, you guessed it, FBX. Go to wherever that went. So where are we? Documents, Unity projects, Finchball, assets, table.fbx. ASCII FBX files are not supported. Okay. Blender. ASCII FBX files are not supported. Well, that's embarrassing. Okay, let's see if we can make it a non-ASCII FBX file. We can make it a bar. Yeah, okay, I hope that makes sense actually. Is there anything else that embed textures? We should probably do that as well. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine now, I think. Go back. Rinse and repeat. FBX. Unity projects. Finchball. Assets. Table. Okay. Did the texture come over? Yes. Okay. Good. Okay, so in modeling, we can now start to tear this apart. So I just want to try and isolate the queue. Is this all one thing? No! Okay, maybe we do need to export the FBX. Okay, so Unity just kind of... I suppose it would have to, wouldn't it? Yeah, because Unity has it as one mesh, so Unity can't split the mesh because it's only got the one mesh. Okay. Well, anyway, at least I showed you how to do that. So it looks like we do have to go back and get the FBX. I just hope that the FBX version of this pool table, if it has one, it actually doesn't. So I guess we'll get the object file then. I just hope that this object file version of pool table, so I'm just going to go back to downloads, pool table, and say pool table object, and then we'll extract pool table object, and then try and find that buried in a sea of... Why? It's supposed to put it alphabetically. Is it grouping? No. I don't know why. Why Windows? Why? Okay. So if we go to source... Oh, wow. There's another archive file in there. Okay. Okay. Import with front object. So we want to go downloads this time. Downloads, pool table object, source, pool table object. Here we go. Please load. Please load. Why did you make it one mesh? Okay, this doesn't usually happen. Right. Hang on a minute. There is a... See, I'm not very good at Blender. There is a way to like okay, if we're gonna go down that route, I think we're gonna have to separate the geometry out. I'm gonna try to remember how to do this now. Damn it! See, normally I'm gonna load the Unity version because it's textured and whatnot. This is fine. This happens sometimes. You run into issues. If you're good at 3D modeling, you'd probably be ahead of me now. You'd be like, "Oh my god, I made my Finchball table 3 hours ago. What the hell are you doing, dude?" I can't model, or not really. Where am I going? Assets table.fbx there. Okay, there is a way. We have to go into like. See if I can remember this. Model. It's got to be modeling, right? You can like select vertices and shite. This is what we're gonna have to do, I think. Okay, well that's not it. Object mode. That's not it. We're not in sculpting. I am so bad at this stuff. You can definitely select vertices. Let's have a look. What is this? Mode. Invert selection. That's not letting us select vertices. Let me see. How the hell do you select something other than objects? It's not in layout, is it? This software is so unintuitive to me, it's unbelievable. I much prefer 3ds Max, but my student copy expired, so we're stuck with Blender. And for a tutorial, right, like everybody can get Blender, so it makes sense to use Blender. I just wish I knew how to use it. Yes, let's teach people how not to do things. No, this is good because, like, yeah. Sometimes I think you see these tutorials and guys are running through it so fast because they've done it 100 times before. And they never run into any problems. And I don't know, I think it makes you feel worse because you're like, when I do this, everything falls apart. But if you see someone bumbling their way through it like me, maybe you'll be like, oh, okay, well, I bumble like that. Maybe I can be a bumbling idiot like this guy too and actually still get the job done at the end. As long as the end result is good, right? But I'm going out of my... Right. Blender. Select vertices. Oh, hang on a minute. Control and left mouse button. What? Lies! Lies, Blender, lies! Am I in the wrong mode? Edit mode. Am I not in edit mode? Modeling? Edit mode. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Did I not go in modeling? Okay, I know what I'm doing now. I found it. There we go. So we can delete vertices. Okay, that didn't work. Delete faces. That didn't work either. Delete everything. Edge loops. I don't know. Whatever you can find. How about that? We'll get there. If you do this a million times, eventually it disappears. I know that. I'm not a modeler. What do you want from me? God damn it, Captain. Here we go. I'm a programmer, not a modeler. Alright, now we've got a ball here. Well, let's use a pool table. That'll make things easier. Yeah. Yeah. Vertices? Oh my god, will you just delete the ball? Only edges and faces. Why isn't there just... I don't understand why there isn't like a delete everything, like selected or whatever. There we go, the ball's gone. Okay, and that's one ball down. Okay, now we just need to drag over here. We've got it, all of this trash. Vertices. I know why it does this, by the way. It's because like it's 3D, right? So you're not actually selecting the objects that are behind your current view. Unity has a similar thing, right? So like that's basically what occlusion is. So occlusion is if something is in front of something else and it's blocking it, then we don't render it, and it helps with performance and stuff like that. Okay, so now finally we have just a pool table and nothing but the pool table. If I was clever enough, I would get rid of these holes and I would make this all straight. There's no way I'm going to be able to do that. There's no way. I am nowhere near proficient enough to do that. It's okay, we'll cheat. We'll stick, like we'll figure it out, don't worry. It might be fun if it has holes. Someone's just repurposed the pool table for Finchball. Okay, I'm going to save a Blender file because I might need it back. So if we go back to downloads. This actually was pool table object. Untitled.blend, that'll do. And then we'll export in pool table object. It's up to us now. We can do an FBX, we could do a GLTF, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to make a folder in here. There we go, and we'll call it FBX, and we'll put it in here. Table.fbx. I think if you change this to copy and then include materials, that should bring over the materials. But if not, we've already got them from the other version, so it's fine. So back to Unity. Now what we want to do, because we've got an FBX version, yeah, I don't think that is what we're looking at, so that's fine. Delete that FBX copy that it made for editing. We'll keep this table here for now. And then what we want to do is we want to go to our folder where our FBX file is, which is, yeah, that is it, FBX. Table.fbx. I don't think it brought the materials across. Okay, drag and drop. Now actually let's get organized. So our other ones went into import, right? And these are the ones that come in through Sketchfab. I like to keep my models in a folder called models. It makes things easier. So I'm actually gonna, it doesn't really matter, but I like to be organized. So I'm going to drag my table into models so we can see our tables here, and then we get some options here. I find it much easier when working with a lot of models to just change it back to standard legacy, materials legacy, model name and model material, recursive up, and then click apply. The reason I like to do it that way is because, and there's a couple of things we need to cover here. If materials share the same name, they can and will overwrite each other. So you might have like, and because I don't make my own models, I get them from all over the place. It can be difficult to manage materials. So what am I doing now? Okay, so if we turn our original table off, all I did is I dragged our FBX version of the table, and because it shared the same name, it added a 1 in brackets. I reset its position, which is here, to 0, 0, 0, because that's where the other one was, and that's a good place to start. And then I turned off the original table. So if I turn the original table back on, you can see it's exactly where the other one was. The new one's shiny because we haven't changed the material settings, but now we can just delete that table. Another thing about materials, we'll cover this next. Another thing about materials overriding each other is the Sketchfab plugin doesn't take any of this into consideration, so it will run into that same issue. So if you have two models that have the name texture 1, for example, material 1, for example, when you bring the second one in, its material 1 will just override your previous material 1, and so you'll notice that models have weird textures and everything breaks, and it's just a nightmare. So in order to fix and avoid that, we'll cover that in a bit. I wrote a script that helps with that, and we're going to get that next. which is where... Well, I'll put it... Okay, what I'll do with that script is I'll put that script in this project. I do want that on GitHub somewhere, though, like under tools or something. Okay, one step at a time. So we've got our table, okay, and we've got our table's material, which is actually now part of the FBX. But if you actually click on the object itself, right, and you go to materials, and then you click that, you'll see that what Unity did is it actually made a folder for us called materials, and then put the model name, which is table, and a material name, which is also table, in a materials folder. So now we have a material called table, which is actually good because our previous material was just called table, right? I can actually go ahead and delete these old ones. Or what we could do is we could actually copy this material and assign it to our original one, but it's fine for this purpose. I'm just going to go and delete it. I'm also going to delete the old original mesh with the billiard balls and all the rest of it, and I'm also going to go in and delete all the textures and the model and the license. So basically we've got a blank import folder now, which kind of, oh shit, that it's fine. Okay, so I think the reason that happened, for some weird reason, is I think our material was pulling the texture in from the Sketchfab's import, even though it also brought it across in the FBM. So that's fine. We can just assign that one instead. But that is a bit weird because I'm not quite sure why it did that. Okay, so our material's back in. There we go. So if we go and change our glossiness again, because it's a bit too shiny, I think. Metallic smoothness, because it reverted back to the other one. I'm just going to take some of that off. There we go. It's looking all fuzzy and fluffy. And if we wanted to get rid of this line or add other lines, that's going to be an issue with the texture. Something that we can do with the texture. So there you go. We've got a nice table for our Finchball. It's a hell of a lot longer than the one in Genshin. I don't know, actually. I think it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and... So make sure we're on the parent. Grab our scale tool, which is this one here. Scale tool. And for some reason, it's all the way up here. Okay, why is that? Well, that will be because whoever modeled it didn't model it at 0, 0, 0. Okay, how do we fix that then? Get rid of that light. Oh, now it is. Oh, you know what it would have been? It would have been the light. Okay, it's fine. So what Unity was basically doing there is it was looking at all of the child objects and encompassing them with the parent, and because the light must have been like where, you know, away from it. Let's say our table was here and our light was here. It was centering the transform tool around the entire area of all the objects. So now I've deleted the light. It is actually centering correctly. So it is actually a 0, 0, 0. So I'm just going to squish this a little bit this way so it's a bit less long and a bit more wide, a bit like it is in the game. And I'll stretch it this way a little bit just to sort of make it look a little bit better. Alright, now the next issue you might notice is if we run this now, are we looking at our game window? Also, yeah, if you want this view, by the way, yours is probably here by default. I think you can just grab this tab and then drag it and drop it and put it there, so we can keep an eye on the game window and we can keep an eye on our scene editor. So our game window is going off this object here, which is the main camera. If ever you want to find an object, by the way, just press F for find or focus, I think it is. Hang on, someone shout me. Ah! No, we would need her password. Just give me a second. Hang on. Her mobile. I can probably figure it out. Alright, sorry about that. Stepdad just needed help with the phone. Okay. Yeah, so this is our camera here, and this is the view that we're seeing it from. So as we move the camera, we can see it affect it in real time, which is quite nice. So we want to view so we can see our game. We just want to drag this camera, move it up a bit. And we want to sort of point it down at the table like it is here, right? So let's do that. That does not look straight. Why is our table wonky? I have no idea. We got a cheap one. We're given a cheap table. Alright. I mean, we're getting there, right? We're getting there. I actually also think if we could use this line as the starting area. So it actually should be the other way around, I think. So it's up to us. We can either move the camera. It's probably easier to move the table, to be honest. Or we can rotate the table. So something else you can do, you can see our table here. And we know we want to rotate it on this axis here. And as we rotate around this axis, we can see that that's the y-axis. So what we can do is just type 180 in the y-axis. And there you go. It is now the other way around. That probably wants to be 90. That probably wants to be 0. There we go. And that's straightened it up much more now. And then we can also change things like camera field of view, right? So we can put it exactly how we want it. There we go. I'm just kind of trying to make things look as good as they can for us. And you can sort of do the same thing with yours. Let's try and center it a bit more. There we go. I think that looks good for our camera. Alright. So we have our table way. That only took an hour and 20 minutes. Okay. We've got our camera, our starting fixed point camera. So that's cool. Okay. Now they've also got some rather nice scenery there, haven't they? And at the moment we've just got a boring grey floor. I mean, none of this really helps with gameplay, but it looks kind of nice. And also I can cover the material thing that I was talking about. So I'm just going to go back to Sketchfab. I don't know. I'm sure there'll be something sort of cute. I'm going to go for low poly garden. Let's see what we get. Okay, I've got a few things. We could just get a bunch of trees, you know, we could just sort of line some things up. Some flowers. I was kind of hoping I could just be lazy, because obviously we're meant to be sort of building the game and not making the prettiest scene anyone's ever seen. But I'm sure there'll be something we can use. Shouldn't take too much of our time on. Okay, I think the best version was something that was much higher up. We're kind of losing. We're getting further and further away from what I was hoping for. Okay. Scroll back up. I actually think this would work really well, but that one's $4, it's not a free one. This one's free. Is that that's the $3 one, isn't it? Yeah, this one's free. That's quite nice. I think that's good actually. Oh, this one's also kind of free. What's nice about this one, right? I mean, it doesn't look the best, but what's nice about it is it's got this little house in the middle, right? And our table's going to cover that. So then we'll just kind of get some trees on the left and some trees on the right, which I think could be quite good. So this could work, I think. I also think, I kind of like this jungle stuff. I also think if we just put some jungle on the left and some jungle on the right and then made something that looked like grass, that could also work. That's a paid one again though. Yeah, that is nice, that one though. Okay, let's get that one that I was just on. Let's get that one. I think we can make this work. Yeah, I think we can make that work. Okay, low poly house it's actually under. Okay, download 3D model, GLTF, open it. Go back to its zip file, extract all. Find the bloody folder. I don't know why. I wish it would just put it on like next to it. Whatever. Alright, there's our GLTF. Yeah, I haven't gone into the import thing because we still don't have multiple models yet. Kind of deal with problems as I come across them. So we drag and drop onto the red, give it a name, so we'll call it garden. Click import. Okay. Under import, we now have garden, which we can drop in the scene as well. Use our scale tool. Okay, for some weird reason, yeah, I've never seen that before actually. We got an error on the import. Poo 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 poo. Poo 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 doo. So we'll do it the same as we did it last time. If we download the object version, and we don't need that one. Why do you give me a zipped up version of it? Whatever. Okay. Back to Blender. Can I drag and drop? No. Boo. What the hell are we looking at? How big is this thing? How the hell do you even look at something this big in Blender? Is there like an equivalent to focus on object? I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I have no idea what I'm looking at. No wonder it wouldn't import. Yeah, no wonder it wouldn't import. I think this is completely... I don't know. I don't know who or what made this. It seems completely unusable to me. I can't even zoom out and look at it. It's that. You probably can if you know how to use the Blender's controls better. You know what? Let's pick something else. That's way too much stress. I'm just gonna go back to my downloads folder and try and clean some of this up. We don't need a second one of those. Pool table. We'll keep the object one. We don't need the zips though. It's fine. Okay, we need to find something else. Let's try low poly town. Not so low poly. jungle. $49 for those trees. What do you think I am? Richard Branson? I mean, that maybe that could work. We probably want to move some trees and rocks around, but we could get away with that. There's also like a couple of trees here. This one's quite cool because it's got a river in the middle. This is kind of what I like because our table's going to be in the middle. What we're really looking for is something on either side, right? And so this would be a good, you know what I mean? Okay, let's try this. Low poly forest scene. Okay. Turn the aircon on. It's getting near me. So we'll just call it forest. Import. Okay. And import, if we just drag and drop the forest. Okay. This is looking much more like it. Okay, so once again our materials are pink, so we need to go and set those to be well, actually we could just go into the materials folder here. No, wrong one. Materials folder here, and we can just basically select all of these materials and change them to HDRP lit. Okay, everything's white now. It didn't come with any textures, so these were probably all solid colors then, I think. But they're all labeled here, which is quite nice. So we've got dirt, so I'm guessing I'm just going to pick a brown for that. We've got grass, so I'm just going to pick a green for that. Grass C2, again green. We can obviously lantern, I don't know what that is. Leaves tree sounds green to me. Yep. Material 001, I have no idea what that is. We don't even see it, so I'm just going to leave it. River, we don't really see the river. Well, we do. Okay, we do. But I don't think we want to. So I think we probably want to rotate this. There we go, to be more like that. Tree trunks. Wood. Wood. Wooden boards. All right. So we can stretch it to sort of, I think we want to do that up to a certain point to sort of fill our view, and then just generally enlarge it, I think, and then just move it up a bit. Yeah, I think that was like a rock thing. Alright, so if we press play right now, just so we can see what it looks like in big screen, what we're sort of looking at. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good actually. I think that looks pretty good. Alright, so we got our table and we got our background. Looking good. What next? Well, if we look at our game, we've got our finches. Now we don't have to go with finches, we can go with anything. Yeah, that's the next thing we need really, finches. I like the little windmill, but we can add windmills and animate them and all that shit if we really want to, but it's not really that important to the gameplay right now. So, let's go and look for a finch. Or something. I'm actually going to look for a finch, just... see what there is. Okay, because that, I mean, something like that could work, and then we could just put him on, like, if we look at the game, stick him on like a cylinder block or something. Don't know though, let me think about this. Goblin ball. I like that actually. That's pretty cool. Puck from Berserk. Sounds like it's from some other game or something. Oh, here we go. Look at, check this out. This is kind of like what we want, right? It's probably some intellectual property. Berserk Puck. God damn it. It should be fine though, right? Sure, it'll be fine. It's not like I'm making a commercial product or anything. All right, we're gonna get that. It's perfect. It's actually perfect for what we want. Found in a group of Berserk in Facebook. Was Berserk a game? I don't know what Berserk is. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, so Berserk Puck. Okay, so what I was saying about the materials, we need to do something about that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an empty game object and I'm going to call it tools. Create an object within that and I'm going to call it res renamer, which is short for resource renamer. In my assets folder, I'm going to make a folder called scripts because that's where I like to keep all my code. And I'm just going to go and grab my code from a different project, because no reason to reinvent the wheel, but I'll include it in the project that goes on GitHub, so if you need it, you know where to get it. Let me see. Paimon Romper should have it. There it is. Res renamer. Okay. What you want to type in there is assets import. And then basically just leave it switched on. That's it. Let me just check something. It's been delivering. I'm waiting for something. It's not mine, is it? Oh.
Oh. Who's far? I'll be wearing my perfumes, I think that you got me.
You alright, Mum? Yeah, getting there. Right, sorry about that. Right, so where the hell was I? Oh yeah. So our resource renamer. So what this basically does, if we look at the code, it basically scans that folder in our assets library, and it finds the models for each material that has been imported, and it adds the prefix. So you know how in Legacy we said to do that for Unity import on FBX? We're basically doing that after the fact, and you can see all the code here. We're basically doing that after the fact for all of the materials that have previously been imported through this Sketchfab, because the plugin doesn't do it for us. So all we need to do is hit play, and it will do that for us automatically. And that just makes sure that none of our Forest 0 of 1 textures renamed. And if we check now in materials, you can see all the forest materials have had the word forest added because they belong to the model forest. And it will just do that for us. It will just do that for us. So now when we import a second model, we won't get any material overrides. So if we go to our GLTF for the puck and call it, you guessed it, puck. Yeah, ignore this, it's just saying the license.txt already exists, but it's because every single model comes with a license. It's just Creative Commons, it's fine. Okay, and then we run it again. So at the moment it will have, if we inspect that, so let's like drop it in the scene. If we inspect that and open up all of these child nodes, you will find the object with the materials attached. Material 1, material 2. And this is what I was talking about. You have several models with material 1, material 2. The latest one that you import will override all the previous ones because it's got the same name, right? And they're all going to go in this folder as well. So this script just makes sure that that doesn't happen. So if we press play now, again, You can see it renaming there. You can see it renaming the objects. There you go. It's added the word puck to all of the puck materials. And this makes it so much easier to find what you're looking for as well, right? Because we know we're looking for a material. If we know now we're looking for a material for the puck, well, it just so happens all our materials start with the word puck. To be fair, this should do that for us, but it doesn't. Alright, it's a very bare bones thing. So that script there will do that. So once again, we go into HDRP, we change these to lit materials. At the moment it looks white. I don't know if a texture came across. No texture for this one either. That's fine. So there's our puck. It's going to be our playable character, essentially. So we might want to make it look good. So the first thing we want to do with this guy is separate. Let's just put him over here for now so we can take a look at him. So he came with this weird speech bubble thing, so I need to see if the speech bubble and the text is separate from the rest of it. Yeah, there's one called texto, so we can just delete that. There's one called plano, which I assume is like speech bubble or whatever, in whatever language that is. And now we've just got the dude himself, and if we zoom in, now we can look at his materials, which start with the word puck, and we can start testing to see what's what. Okay, that's his body. So like, if you have multiple players like our Genshin game does, this is useful because we might want to say, okay, you can player 1 controls the blue one, player 2 controls the green one or the yellow one, whatever color you want. Yellow looks good actually. Let's leave it yellow. What's this? Okay, that's fine. Rojo. It's his mouth, his tongue, I guess. Texto we deleted, so we can get rid of that. Transparente. Transparente. I like that. Transparente. I could say that all day long. I'm not even joking. Transparente. I love that. What is this? There we go. That's what I was looking for. What colour do we want? Is pink. Yeah, it might blend with the table a little bit. Maybe orange, like an orange colour. Obviously, we can make this whatever colour we want. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. And I can show you how to do variations of these. It depends how deep we want to go, right? We could make classes for these, and we could have like player 1 class, player 2 class, player 3 class, and then we could set up all the color schemes for each player, and there's all kinds of stuff you can do. But for now, let's just make a single instance version of this puck. I'm not sure. I think he looks like he would slide along the table very, very well right now, because he's kind of, you know. Where'd he go? Okay, so we can make a cylinder for him, which is what I think I'm going to do. And just give him like a... See what I'm doing? Give him like a little bottom. Just to make it more sort of realistic. I don't know about realistic, but you know what I mean? I think that would feel better. Because when we play this game, it feels like that's what's happening, right? It feels like they're sort of like hockey pucks sliding along the table. And so I think that would be a nice addition to our little guy. Go a little bit bigger. It's fine, it's whatever. And perhaps... this has come with something called a default HD material. So let's show you how to make materials. So whenever you create a brand new object in Unity, by the way, to do that I should have said, I right clicked on puck, which is the parent, and then I went to 3D object cylinder, So what that'll do is it'll make a new cylinder object and it will parent it to the puck. So if we close the puck off now, we'll see that cylinder disappears because cylinder is a child of puck. So as we move puck, the cylinder comes with it. That's what we want. So at the moment it's using something called a default HD material because that's what Unity will use when it creates new objects. But let's make a material for it. We just right click, go create material. We can give it a name. Sorry if I'm going fast, there's so much to do. Puck, let's call it puck bottom. Okay. Oh, by the way, the reason I do that is, yeah, this is a bit of a problem with Unity. I like to have list mode because it's just nicer. The problem with list mode is you need to right click to make something new, but it's almost impossible to right click in list mode without selecting something. But if you nudge this up, it puts it in icon mode and you can have this however you want, and that creates a space for me to right click. That's why I do that, by the way. I think there's also an option up here somewhere for new, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just used to right clicking. Also, I'm a sucker for like consistency, so let's just give that a capital P for the puck, just so it looks like it belongs to the rest of them. Okay, so now what we can do is if we click our cylinder, we can change our material from default material to puck bottom, the one we just made. So I'm going to drag that onto the materials, and it's just turned white. Now I probably don't want it to look white. Probably want it to look a similar yellow to our guy, I would think. Maybe a bit darker. I like that. It's more like a brown, to be honest, but I like that, so I'm going to go with that. But obviously you can set it to whatever color you want, right? And if we wanted to, we could grab all of these puck materials. Now this is, you see why I do this? Now if we want to make the puck shiny, we don't have to search for each material and change it. We could just grab all the puck ones by holding down shift, clicking on them, and then we can grab this slider metallic and say, I want a shinier puck. I want him to look like he's made of plastic or something. And there you go. Problem solved. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so let's put him on our table. We need a starting position for him, so I'm just going to drag him over towards the game table. Bit by bit. There he is. Look at that. Now, what's happening here? It looks like he's sinking into the table, doesn't it? But also, he appears to be getting deleted by the camera. So what's going on there? Well, that is, he's basically getting clipped out. The reason for that is if you click on your main camera, you have these things here, clipping planes. This says how close or far away should the object be before the camera decides not to render it. So right now he's too close to the camera to render, so we need to change our camera and say, hey, render stuff closer, especially for a game like this. So I'm just going to change this to 0.02, and now he suddenly shows up. So if we click him, drag him closer to the camera, and just make sure that the camera's seeing him as close as we want it to see him, and that seems fine to me. So I'm just going to plonk him on the table. I mean, he is much further down now, so maybe we didn't need to do that, but I think it's good to anyway. Okay, I'm also going to make him a little bit wider because I don't know, maybe that's is that a field of view thing? Yeah, as soon as I go down here, it feels like he's to me it kind of felt like he was compressed, skinny, like, you know, like the perspective changed. But anyway, I'm not going to worry too much about Alright, if we zoom in, it's probably not quite. Also, here's a tip. If you hold down the right mouse button, you can WASD around the scene. It took me years to find this out, by the way. I struggled so long with not knowing this. So I think somebody told me in my stream. It's amazing what you can not know just because, you know, you never come across it or whatever. Yeah, and this is so helpful because sometimes by dragging and right clicking and moving around it can be a pain. So I'm going to put him there. I feel like that's a good starting position for him. Okay. Kind of wants to be centered, doesn't he? I think that's about right. Okay, so now what do we do? What's the next step? Well, what I feel like we should do is we should get our input set up for the game, because at the moment we don't have anything set for that. We should also mark some squares for the actual game level and stuff. For that we're going to need to make custom classes and various things. But first of all, let's get our input set up. So how do we do this? It's always good practice to make something like a sort of central code component, and normally the way we like to do it, most people like to do it, is to make something called a game manager. These are really, really useful, and a game manager is exactly what it sounds like, something that will manage your game essentially. So all you do is you right click, go to create empty, call it game manager. I like to have mine up near the top. I'll actually put it at the very top in this case. And then there's two ways we can add a game manager script. We can either add a component, type it. I don't like to do it that way because I like to keep my scripts in a folder called scripts. And if I do that, it's just going to stick it in the root location by default. So instead, I am going to go into my scripts folder on the left. I'm going to create a mono behavior script, and I'm going to call it Game Manager. Give it a second to compile that, and then we can go back to our Game Manager, add a component and type Game Manager, and it shows up there. If we double click where it says script, it will load your script editor. Now yours might not look like this because yours might be set to use the other thing, which is, I don't know, they are trying to push people towards Visual Studio now, which I'm really glad about. They used to use something else though. So basically if you go to edit preferences, external tools, these are your, okay, they are using Visual Studio now. That's quite nice. But you might find it's using something else, right? So I use Rider, and sometimes I use Rider, sometimes I use Code. For this, I like Visual Studio, but you can set your external script editor here, so whenever you double click it, it will load in that editor. I think now Unity comes with Visual Studio actually, which is quite nice. So yeah, this was always my favorite way to do it. The only other thing to think about is, like, okay, so this is another thing. I don't know. Let me just think. I've found myself in situations where this doesn't work. If I type Unity Engine, you'll see Unity Engine comes up. I can press dot. This is called IntelliSense, and then this shows me all the properties for Unity Engine, which is really helpful. This thing is an absolute godsend, and you need it to work. If that isn't happening, I can't really go into depth in this video because I can't. I always struggle with it myself. I can never quite remember. What I usually do though, if that's not working, obviously Google and get some advice if it's still not working. But what you can do is if you go to Visual Studio Installer, and then modify, You can add various packages to your Visual Studio, and I always add game development with Unity. I don't know if you need that for the IntelliSense, to be completely honest, but I like to add it anyway. So if your IntelliSense isn't working, search for game development with Unity for your Visual Studio install and just download and install it. If it still doesn't work, there might be some settings you have to change in Visual Studio preferences. In case it helps somebody, let me just open my, it might even help me in the future actually. It's account settings. Where is preferences? Git. Tools? Tools options. I think you can leave those on by default, but there's my IntelliSense settings for C Sharp. So if yours isn't working, maybe see if these line up. Otherwise, maybe try and Google it. But yeah, I think once you're at the game development with Unity, I think it should all just work. But sometimes it doesn't. It can be a pain. But once it's set up and it's working, it's fine. Anyway, hopefully you've got that working. So our game manager, what we need to do is we imported something called input system. So at the top of our script, we want to actually grab that. So import basically, it's not import in Unity, it's using. Using in Unity is the same as import in standard C Sharp. It's basically, or Python. It's basically saying I want you to load this library so that I can have access to it, is basically what it is. So we want access to the input system library, which is part of Unity Engine. So we want using Unity Engine.input system. Then we have access to a custom class. We want it to be public, and the custom class is called input action asset, which I always call input ass for short because it's funny. Because I'm a child, okay? I've gotten used to doing it this way now. So what we basically do here is we we assign something called an input action asset, as you would quite imagine. So we can just use the one that's here, input actions. And if we double click this now, you'll see there are two action maps. One's called player, one's called UI. And you can see various stuff here like left stick gamepad, move, WASD, 2D vector. So these basically allow the gamepad or the keyboard to come in and move our character. So I'm happy with left stick WASD for up, down, left, right. We're only going to use left and right in this game. We also want R2 in Genshin is launch. But you know what? I feel like in this game it would make more sense to use X. I'm going to use cross. I'm going to use cross. So that would beat the launch our puck. So what I'll do is I'll make a new one so you can see how this works. So basically what you do is you define an action. This thing is really confusing when you're first learning it, but it's actually amazing. So you define an action, right? So our action could be launch. We want to launch our Finchball. So we call it launch. Call it whatever we want. So we now have an action called launch, and it says no binding. So what we basically want to do is click this button here, click listen, and then we can literally just press the button we want to use for that. So I want cross, so I'm just going to press cross. Button south, gamepad comes up, click it. Okay, now button south is associated with the action of launch, but we need a keyboard action for it, so we're just going to click on the plus, click add binding, once again path, listen, and then we can use the spacebar to launch with the keyboard, for example. This way you have one action, which is the thing that you do in the game, and multiple control inputs from multiple devices associated with those things. So it means you're not repeating code, you're not repeating things, you're not saying, okay, well this is the code for the keyboard, this is the code for the mouse, this is the code for control, and then things get tangled and you change things and some things work and some things don't. No, you basically set up a launch action and tell the game how things should launch, and then Unity handles all the rest of it with your inputs manager. So we want to save that asset, and what we're going to want access to for now is move and launch. That's all we care about. Move and launch. There are various ways to do this. Okay, I'm actually going to get, because I'll be honest, I'm still learning, like I said. So I'm going to be honest with you. I have not been doing this right myself. So let's do this right for this example project, rather than teach you my wrong way. Because the way we look down on that, it's not like we see how tall it is anywhere. I'd rather get a... Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's get ChatGPT to help us with this. So in order to move a character, you need to ask the right questions with ChatGPT though. In order to move a character, there's several ways to do this. Here's how I'm going to do this one. Okay, I'm going to make a public game object, which I'm going to call player object. It's actually better to do it the other way around. There's a reason why. It's better to put the type... See, this isn't actually the way you're supposed to do it, but this is the way I like to do it. I like to put an abbreviation of the type, which is a game object, which I just use OBJ for game objects. And then I put the thing that it is, right? So it's a, so I know I can see it's a game object there, but if I'm looking, if like I need to know the name when I need to access it later. So by using a system like this, I know that all game objects are going to start with OBJ. So I can start by typing OBJ, and then I can start typing the rest of what I think it should be, and it just makes it easier for it to come up in that IntelliSense and for me to find it without like scrolling up and down and looking through my code and trying to find out what I call things. The official way you're supposed to do this is also, and also this is called camel humping, right? It's not as exciting as it sounds. Basically, camel humping is the process, because you can't have spaces in these variable names. So camel humping is the practice of capitalizing each new word, the first letter of each new word, but the agreed way that, I don't know, you're taught how to do it is to capitalize the first letter as well. I don't capitalize first letters, and there's a reason why. It's just the way I like to do it. But actually Unity's changed now. So the way Unity used to work is you couldn't have two variables with the same name of different types. Now you can, but you never used to be able to. So what you would do typically is you would have a root class, and then sometimes you'd have a reference to a child class. So I would use small case for types, small case for root classes, and then I would capitalize the first letter for inherited child classes, because it's just my own system in my head, so I know what it should be. So my way of doing it made more sense to me when you couldn't have the same variable name of the same class, of different classes. But now you can actually do that. Only very recently, I think only in Unity 6 actually. So very recently now they've actually made it so you can now. So I think you can have like the same variable name under a different type. Let's test it actually. If I wanted to do a public input action of object player. Okay, you still can't do it for certain types of things, I guess. But you can definitely do that with the two classes now that you couldn't before, which is kind of weird. I don't know, or maybe it was you couldn't have it the same. No, you know what I think it is? You couldn't. It's kind of hard to explain, but this green is basically a class, right? So if I set up a class called player, right, and I call it player with a small p, and then I had to name my variable, I couldn't do public player in lowercase and then call it player in lowercase as my variable name. They couldn't match each other before. Now they can. That's what's changed. Sorry, I was wrong about that. And so it made sense for me to capitalize the first letter to make it anyway, it's a whole. I'm probably confusing people. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain why I do things the way that I do. But yeah, either way, however you decide to do it. So I'm saying there's no right or wrong way. But it's definitely a good practice to abbreviate the type at the start of your variable name and then add the name on, because it makes it so much easier to find variables when you have hundreds of these things later. Trust me on that. 100%. So we're going to do a public game object player, and we'll just control the player from the game object script. Okay, now I'm going to declare a private variable of input action type called input move. So remember when we were back in here and I was talking about actions, we have an action called move. Well, that's basically what we're referencing, but the script won't know what that is or where to find it unless we tell it. So what we need to do is in start here, which happens one time when the script loads, we can assign that input. So what we do is we say input move equals input as, which is our input action asset, dot find action, and then we put a string in to search for the name of our action, which is move, and then we can just close it like that. Also, when you get better at this stuff, you'll be tempted to take shortcuts and do stuff like this when you need it, because you can do this anywhere. That is very bad, and I didn't know why, but I learned why last year. The reason why it's bad to do this, say an update, right, which you will be tempted to do later when you get better at this stuff, is because Unity makes a call out to the C++ libraries each time you do this, which takes a tiny little bit of time. But in the normal operation of gameplay, it's quite slow. So if you're doing dozens of these in update and your frame rate suddenly starts to lag, that's why. I was doing that. So, as much as it's a bit of a pain in the ass, because it's like you just want to get in and make stuff work, this setup this way, there's a reason why it should. There's a reason why it does it this way, and the reason why this way works better is because we store memory at the start of the script, and we say where everything is. And this is true of any time we do this. Anytime you're accessing a variable, let's say privately, that needs to be assigned, if you're ever assigning, if you're ever searching for something like this, how do I put this? Just remember that it's a slow process, so you want to do it as few times as possible. So if you need you need to do it at least once, obviously, to do the assignment. So if you only need to do it once, it's fine to do it wherever, right? Because you only need to do it once. So like, let's say, I don't know, you press a button to say, I don't know, you're going to press a button once, like join lobby, for example, right? For stuff like that, it's fine, because you're not going to be joining lobbies like, 20 times a second. But if you're doing something in gameplay, in update, every single frame, and you're doing stuff like this, it will mess with your performance. 100%. I've seen it myself. So that's why we declare it at the top, and we do the search at start, and then we're storing it in memory where it can just access it quickly, and it doesn't need to look for it over and over and over again. Anywho, I'm going to get ChatGPT to help me with this next part, because I'm not entirely sure the best way to do it. What we can essentially do is input move is made up of what it basically does is it takes an analog control, which is the left stick, and it turns it into a vector 2. A vector 2 is basically a two-dimensional float. This is all going to be confusing as hell. Okay, how do I explain this? So think in terms of 2D, right? A vector 2 is used for 2D mainly, because your control is in 2D. You have up, down, left and right. So for that we use a vector 2, because it's got 2 dimensions. Vector 3 we use for 3D game objects and 3D space, because we need 3 dimensions. That's basically all it means. So we take the vector 2, which is a 2-dimensional coordinate system, and we can apply it to a 3D object in 3D space and move it along a 2-dimensional axis. Sounds complicated as fuck, and it kind of is, but it's also kind of not. So what essentially we'll do, and like I say, I don't always do it this way, I will tend to set up directions. There's a few ways you can go about doing it. I'm just going to stop talking because I'm waffling on. It wouldn't make sense to somebody who's just getting into this, so I've got to be careful what I talk about. Okay, let's just ask ChatGPT to help us with this. So what we can do, it's always really useful to give ChatGPT some sort of template of what to work with. So I'm just going to give it this and say, can you help me move the player object left and right using my input action in this Unity script, and it will totally do this for us. Beep. Like, I sort of understand how to do it, but it's also like I'll get things wrong and stumble with it, whereas this thing will just give me a nice starting point. There we go. It hasn't really added much, but it's added what we need, and it comments it out, which is quite nice. Yeah, so okay, we can see what it's done is it's given us a public float, which is a decimal point, and set it to 5 by default, which is move speed. Now, the difference between public and private, there's a couple of differences. Essentially, a public value is a value that can be accessed outside of the script itself. So if you make, let's say we had a public score, right? Player score. Your score is 1,000. If we make that public, other scripts can mess with that number and say, "Ooh, I'm the Finch scoring, square on the table, and it's my job to detect when the player enters me and add some numbers to the score." So you need it to be public in that case, so that the scoring square can add score to the public score in here. If you make it private, it means only that script can set the score. So you could also set it up so that you have a function inside of the game manager that is responsible for setting the score. That's actually the better way to do it, to avoid like cheating and stuff. For this it doesn't really matter, but I'm just explaining the difference. So you could have a private player score and then have a function for updating that score, and then you tell the other object, the scoring square, "Oh, hey, the player just scored and I'm a high score." And so then the other script says, "Okay, I received notification that the player scored a high score. Let me just go and add that to my private score that nobody else can touch." And so it just makes it like more secure and less like things can fuck with it, basically. But another big difference for beginners is public variables will display in the inspector here. And this is really nice because these can be edited in real time. Also, what we want to do is we want to grab our puck here and set it as the player object and just drag it in there. Again, you can see why I keep things on the left together here. Okay. So what it's doing is update is running every single frame. It's declaring a vector2, which is what we were talking about earlier, a 2-dimensional coordinates, and it's calling it movement input, and it's saying it's reading the input move, which is our move action, and it's reading the vector2 value from that. So what the left stick is doing is it's constantly giving values left, right, up, down, and how far, because it's not like the D-pad where it's just left on, left off, right on, right off. There is sensitivity to this thing. And if we look at our WASD, it will be set to just basically fake that, right? Because you can't have a key, like a key doesn't care whether it's semi pressed down or if it's fully pressed down. It's either on or off, but it will, it will fake being fully on or fully off for us. So okay, next thing to do is to test this, and we can also mess with the speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play it in focused. Okay, we got our first error. Also, my resource rename is still running, and if we're not importing new things, we don't need it. Easier just to turn off tools, to be honest, for now, because that's the only tool we have anyway. So that won't run anymore. Okay, so what is a null reference exception? Well, first of all, it came in res renamer, so we can just ignore it. But a null reference exception sounds scary, but it basically just means I couldn't find that. That's basically what it means. It just means I cannot find the thing you're asking me to find. The thing you're referring to. Null references will halt the current structure within code. So wherever the null reference occurs, the rest of the code beneath that will cease to run. So they can be quite bad depending on where you place them. But there are also ways you can structure your code so that null references would have less of an impact. And there are also like null checks that you can do in all kinds of different things. But yeah, that's basically null references. Okay, so what we should be able to do now okay, so ooh, that's interesting, isn't it? First of all, it's super fast, like insanely fast. So we can change that, right? We go to our game manager and we change our movement speed to 1. Now it's much slower, but also it's going up and down instead of left and right. Yeah, it's still way too fast as well. I'm going to put that on 0.5. I'm going to my game manager. Okay, so what's probably happening is the current rotation of our game is not... Because, like, if you think about it, right? Like, what is left and right? It's relative to your current position, right? So my left is your right if you're looking at me from a 180 degree angle. And it's the same in a 3D game engine. I mean, yes and no. Up and down is always up and down because there will be a flaw and, you know, the world has a sort of orientation to it. But as for like rotations, right, if you start at a 90 degree angle, then your left and right is 90 degrees different from where it would be if you were at 0 rotation. So all it means is these values, these rotational values here were expected to be probably at rotation 0, 0, 0, but if we look at our main camera, oh, would you look at that? We're 90 degrees, that's exactly what I said. We're 90 degrees Y. So what it means is like basically default left and right for us is actually up and down. So how do we fix that? Okay, well, what we do is basically we just swap the axis. But the way we need to think about it is that, like I said, left and right isn't always on the same axis because it depends on your orientation, and that's important to know. So if we basically set our difference here. So this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. Y is up and down. At least I think it is. Let me check. This might be wrong, actually. And I think this is correct. Because Y is up and down, I'm sure it is. And then Z is normally like backwards and forwards. But backwards and forwards, from our perspective, is actually left and right. Because backwards and forwards is up and down. Right? Yeah. The only problem is it's actually going the opposite way. So as I go right, it goes left, and as I go left, it goes right. Okay. I'm actually not sure how we invert that, so let's ask ChatGPT. What is the quickest, easiest way to invert that? Okay. Due to my camera orientation, I have adjusted up and down to left and right. However, left goes right and vice versa. How can I invert the vector 2 from my input? Well, I'll just say, how can I invert this? I'm waffling too much. I even waffle too much to ChatGPT. Alright, let's ask it. To invert the movement direction, you can simply multiply the movement input.x by -1. Does that work on any float value then? Multiply it by -1. That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's test it now. Okay, you see the way it did that as well, if you look at the code. It basically, because I wasn't sure what the syntax was either, I didn't know what it would be. All it's done is it's put a negative sign in front of movement input X, which I guess inverts it. So really it said, because probably another way to achieve it would have been to set a negative move speed, right? And it would have done the opposite to what it does now, I would think. But instead what it did is it inverted movement input.x, and then we're multiplying by the same positive move speed, which has the same effect apparently. But yeah, that's two ways we could have done it. We could have had a negative move speed, I would guess, and that probably would have also reversed the direction. Because essentially it's just an equation, right? It's two sides of the same equation. And if you make either one of those negative, it will reverse the orientation. However, if you made both of them negative, it would actually stay the same, right? Yeah, finally we can go left and right. That shadow looks awful. Oh, look, we still got the text. Let me have a look at that. Text, oh, there it is. I thought I deleted that. Okay. Alright, let's see it again. Yep, so he goes left and right with the controller. So now we want to try A and D. Guess what? It works. There you go, baby. A and D also works. So if you're a controller Andy like me, you're happy. If you're a keyboard and mouse Andy, you're also happy. Okay. So now we've got a, even this tiny little thing that we've got right now can go dreadfully wrong. Look at this. This should never happen, right? Because like, I could lose my piece. I could totally lose my piece, and that should never happen. So we need to stop the piece from moving any further left than there, and stop the piece from moving any further right than there. So how do we do that? Let me show you. Alright, we're going to do something really cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a little debug thing. Okay, so follow along. Go to right click, go to UI, legacy text. Alright, and then just type, well, it'll say it's new text anyway already. What this will do is we'll add a canvas. A canvas, screen space overlay, that's fine. Change this to scale with screen size and type your current Windows resolution on there and set that to 0.5. What this will basically do is it will allow us to display UI, essentially. So I don't know if you can see it, it's very small. That's what she said. But if we turn it white, you can see it a little bit better. We have new text written in the middle of our screen. That's this. So the first thing we need to do is remember F on the keyboard finds or focuses the object. So now we can see the text. There it is. Zoom out. This green box is like its bounding box essentially. So if we want to make this bigger, we need to click this one, which is called the rect tool, which sounds kind of exciting, but it's not. Maybe that's just my mind. And then we can increase the font size within its rect tool so we can see what the hell we're looking at. And all I'm going to do, I'll leave it there. I'll move it up a bit. I'll leave it there for now. We can put it there. Let's put it there. Okay. I've centered it. And what we're basically going to do is we're going to display the coordinates, the current coordinates of the game object down here for debugging purposes. So I'm just going to call this txt. Okay, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to do a new game object called debug. I'm going to put our text in there. And again, remember txt for text is the type, and this is going to be, let's call it position, txt position. All right. So the next thing we need to do is go back to our game manager, and we need to have access to that, and that is part of the Unity Engine UI class. That's not how you spell UI. All right. And it will be a type of text, a text type. So it wants to be public so we can link it in the inspector. It's of type text, and we'll just call it the same thing we called it in the hierarchy. So if we click save and we check our inspector, we'll see that text position has appeared. And because we've only got one, we can actually just click that dot next to it and just set it straight away.
Toiletrick asks, "Hey, how are you?"
I'm good. How about yourself? Another way we could have done it is we could have dragged and dropped txt position onto the field here. But either way, as long as we set our txt position here, that's basically what we want. So now we want to update that position on that object. So we want to be in update, and we basically want to say txt position dot text equals, and our player object was object player, and we want transform position. Now there are two types of positions. This is where things get confusing as well. So there's one called position, which is essentially world position, and there's another one called local position, which is position relative to its parent. So if you set a parent at 0, 0, 0, local position should match with world position. But if your parent's at 100, 1000, 3000, then your world position will start from there. So local position will affect you relative to your parents. World position is exact position, so you need to be careful with world position, because if you set a world position to a specific position, you're going to teleport straight there. Local position is more useful if you want to move relative to your parent's position, which is what we normally want to use. For this one though, we'll just use position, should be fine. Yeah, because we don't really have a parent that we need to worry about anyway at this point. So we want position, and I believe we were using the Z-axis, weren't we? We'll know if this is working because obviously we'll know if the numbers change as we're moving it. You'll notice it's saying, I cannot convert type float to type string. That's fine. We can do a conversion by adding dot to string, and then we call that function. So hit save. How are you doing? Are you a Unity enjoyer, or are you just sort of curious? Okay, there we go. So we have a position now. So as we move left and right, there we go. We know it's the correct axis because it's changing as we move. And now we know we have some values to work with. So what we can do is find where is the limit. We don't want the player to go here. We want to stop the player here. So we need to make a note of that number there. So we'll just open Notepad and we'll just write that number down. and that's the left. And then we can go over to the right side. We don't want to go any further there. Okay, so now we have our leftmost and our rightmost values for the z-axis, right? So what do we do with that? Okay. So we go back into our code and we can say we want a private float of left limit position, and we want a private float of right limit position, and we can go ahead and set these values right now as we declare them, because we already have them. So if we grab our left position, paste that in, it's saying cannot implicitly convert type float. All it wants you to do is put a small f afterwards. F basically means it is a floating point value. So it's saying, hey, this must be a floating point value because you declared me as a float. And to basically set it as a floating point value, we put a lowercase f at the end of the number. So floating point value, lowercase f. So there you go. We set our left and right limits as floats in these two variables here. So then if we go to our code that moves our object, okay, we can basically, there's a few ways of doing this. Here is where we make the call. So what this does is this is saying, what it's saying is on every frame, read the input, right, from the player, and then go ahead and move the player, and then we update the text of the value. This is our debug code, right? So then move player is the function that moves the player. We can stop the function being called if it is not within the expected values. So the way we do that is if we just start off with an if statement, we can say if, and then we open it with a bracket, and we say okay, what we want is we want player object transform dot position dot z is the value we want to look at, and in order to continue moving, we need to look at these values and say, okay, leftmost, we can see that the number is going smaller, right, as it moves to the right. So to be within, basically we need a function, we need an if statement that encapsulates all the numbers in between these two numbers. So it basically wants to be less than the leftmost, because that's the higher number, right? So it wants to be less than limit left position, and it also wants to be, let's grab that, copy it. It also wants to be greater than the rightmost limit position. Okay, now these curly brackets basically means then. So if you think of an if statement, if this, then that, then in C# is basically these curly brackets here. So we do our if, and then our condition wants to be within parentheses, right, round brackets, and instead of typing then, we basically just do curly braces and we put the function in there. So what this will now do, if we run it, is it will stop us going out of bounds. Ooh. Hopefully, if I did it right. There you go. It stopped. I did something wrong. So it let me move. It let me move all the way over to the left, and now I'm stuck. Okay, what did I do wrong? Let's take a look at it. Okay, the reason why is I put and. It's actually or. So this line here, which is next to your Z with a shift, it's like a vertical line. This is your or in C#. Shit. That's kind of weird. Okay, no, it's not. It is and. Okay. I think what happened is it already went outside of the limit. So I think what's happening is we go to the edge of our bounds. Our maths already went beyond the limit, and so now we're stuck because it's not applying movement anymore. So there are a couple of ways we can solve this. The best way to solve it is to simply say else and correct those values. Now else also has branching conditions, right? So actually I like my branches to be vertical. So what do I mean by that? Well, what we're saying is if else is basically the player has gone out of bounds. So if the player's gone out of bounds, we need to know whether they went out of bounds on the left or out of bounds on the right. So our conditions here need to say if, and we can use this first one here because it's one or the other, right? Okay, so what am I doing now? So basically what I'm saying is if the position of Z becomes less than the left limit position, then we set the new position to the left limit position so that it brings it within range, basically. But for some reason it's like that. Why doesn't it like that? Because it's not a variable. True. True. Okay, so you'll see there it's saying we cannot, this gets very confusing when you start out. You can't modify the value of transform position because it's not a variable. What does that mean? It's because transform dot position is controlled purely and only by vector 3s. So we need to make a new vector 3. So what the hell does that mean? I'm just trying to think if I want to put this in another function or not. So this gets kind of lengthy. Okay, here's what I'm going to do to try and shorten it. So what we're going to do is we're going to declare a vector 3, right, which is a 3-dimensional coordinate thing. We're going to declare a vector 3 and call it current position, and we're going to set that to object player transform position because that's shorter than saying every time, right? It just makes it easy to read. That's the only reason I'm doing it, because it makes it easier to read, and also because we're going to need to access a whole bunch of these now. So instead of saying dot Z equals left limit position, we have to say, this was actually right, we have to say object player dot transform dot position equals a new vector 3 and then we want an x, a y, and a z. So x is current position dot x, y is current position dot y, and z can be left limit position. I know that's confusing. Trust me, it took me fucking ages to get the grips with this. Is that not how I construct that? I thought it was. I had an extra bracket in there that I didn't need. Yep, there we go. That's how we do it. Okay, so basically we say object transform position wants to equal a new vector 3, because basically if you the way to think about it is we can't, it's like the read-only thing that I was talking about, right? It's like if you think about all the child parts of a position, which is x, y, and z, they're private to the function of transform position, right? 3D objects are responsible for positioning themselves. You can't just directly tinker with one of its coordinates. That's basically why. So essentially what you have to do is position will allow you to reposition it, but position demands that it receives 3 coordinates because it is a 3-dimensional transform. So essentially you can change the position, but you have to do it at the position level, and you have to send it a vector 3, all 3 coordinates at once, which is a bit of a pain, but you do get used to it. Alright, and then we can just do an else. Okay. So this is crazy, I know, it's crazy, but you do get used to it. Okay, so if basically if current position Z is not less than left limit position, but we were triggered, one of these conditions was true, then we know that it's actually greater than, so we know we're at the right limit, right? So we can even comment this and say this is the left limit and this is the right limit. So what do we do differently with the right limit? I just copied the left limit for now. What we do differently with the right limit is instead of setting Z to the left limit position, we just set it to the right limit position. That's the only difference. Alright, so if we save that and then run it, trust me, I know that's confusing. It took, don't worry about it because it took me, I thought that said something else then. I thought that's something else. Yeah, it took me ages to get this, so like don't be like, oh my god, I can't do this, this is like way too much, it's insane, what the hell did any of that even mean? Don't worry, it will come, it will come. It took me ages to get the hang of that, and I do mean ages. So I don't expect it to make perfect sense. Okay, so now it's glitching out. Maybe I got it the wrong way around. It's jumping between leftmost and rightmost position, isn't it? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT why that's wrong. I might just ask ChatGPT why that's wrong. Okay, I wonder if I got it the wrong way around. I know I should do this myself, but I know it's going to fix it straight away. I'm trying to set movement limits, but it is jumping between the edges. It'll fix this for me. The issue where you're countering likely arises because the player's position is being reset to the limit position, but the movement input is still being processed immediately afterwards, pushing the player back across the limit in the next frame. To fix this, you can separate the movement logic from the boundary check. Specifically, you should always move the player based on the input, but then immediately clamp the player's position within the allowed limits. Okay, that makes sense. This ensures that the player smoothly stops at the boundaries without jumping or teleporting. Okay, that's quite cool. So let's have a look and see how it did that. Look at how much shorter its code is as well. See, even I now still suck. Yeah, I don't normally do it this way, that's why, but it's fine. I'm learning too, so it's cool. Okay, so we take the vector 2 movement input, which is the reading from the stick. And then we move player regardless of that. But the way we clamp the player's position within the allowed limits, is we set a new vector 3 called current position as object player transform position. We declare a float called clamped z, which is using mathf.clamp, which is a calculation function. And we basically say clamp current position.z within the limits of right limit position and left limit position. Okay. And then we say object player transform position equals new vector 3 at the new clamped z position. Nice. That's much easier. Alright, let's test it. Okay. I mean, that's basically doing the same thing that I was trying to do. But I didn't realize there was a function that would do that for me. So that's quite nice. Smart ass. Don't you hate it when GPTs are so yeah, and it just works? Whatever, it's fine. Alright, it's working perfectly now. Thanks to me. What might be nice, you know, is if we... I mean, it doesn't really matter. It kind of bothers me that our starting position isn't 0. Because that might make things a little bit easier, right? Like, it's very nearly 0, but it's just not 0. So what I might do is I'm gonna... Now, you don't have to do this, but I just want to do it because it's so damn close. I just want to... Okay. I'm setting the starting position of our little guy to 0. But now he's no longer in the center of the table. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to grab the table and the forest and the camera all at once. I'm doing that by holding down control, by the way. I can press F to focus on all of that. There you go. Now it's in view. I want to make sure I'm looking at this the right way. So I'm just going to rotate the camera. There's our line. There's our duck guy, whatever he is. And then I'm going to grab the transform and I'm just going to push it so that he looks center. And we can check to see whether this is center, because if you've got centralitis like me sometimes, if we go to our text position debug, we have a tool that centers the text. The problem is I don't know whether that text is centered or not, because, you know, did I actually put it in the center? It looks like I put it in the center, but how do we know if that's dead center? Well, if we drag our boundaries of the text to the edges of the screen, because the text is centered, we know that's the center. So yeah, that's spot on. And also the nice thing about that is we can actually fit more text on it as well. Yeah, so that's nice. Camera looks a little wonky as well, just a little bit wonky. It's not supposed to be. Is our table wonky? Is that why? It's really not. Something's not lining up perfectly, and I'll tell you what, it's bugging me. It's bugging me. I'm going to rotate the table just to... There you go. But it's probably, that's probably too much. So it basically said it's a 179.4. That seems fine, I guess. Alright, so let's hit play. So now it should, the starting position should be 0, which we know is dead center. Yeah. The only problem now is because our coordinates changed, look what happened. Because our coordinates changed, what happened is our bounds are now go too far to the right, because they would, right? They've changed, they've shifted. So I'm just going to reset those as well. But what's nice now is they can be direct opposites of each other. So if we set the limit to negative 50.55, we can set the other limit to 0.55, right? So basically we set the positive limit to 0.55 and we can set the negative limit to 0.55, and that just makes me much happier. And now if we test it, again, that's not really necessary, but I like it. That might come in useful, right? Because if we need to like calculate trajectories or something like that, it might be useful to know where the center of the table is, right? How far did we actually travel from our starting point? And we know that in both directions we can only go 0.55. And this is also making me realize now that it's still not quite center. If that's moving 0.55 in both directions, it seems to go further left than it does right. So once again, I'm just gonna adjust the table accordingly. Okay, I'm going to show you a neat trick as well. So I'm still playing the game right now. This is what's so great about Unity. I'm still playing the game, but I can make that table wider, push it that way a little bit, and then I can test it until I'm happy with it. Needs to come more this way, but I can move the camera to compensate as well. So for now I'm just going to get the positions right. Okay, now it wants to come this way a teeny bit. Like, you can really fine-tune things, but there is danger to this. Well, not really a danger, but there's something you need to know. Okay, I'm happy with the movement limits and coordinates. The only thing that feels off to me now is the cameras feel slightly off, but we can change that next later. But here's what you need to know. If I press stop now, the table will go back to where it was, because we changed it while the game was playing, right? It's just the way it works. The reason it works that way is, you know, I could really mess with things as much as I want in play mode, and it's not going to affect the level itself. But sometimes we want it to affect the level itself. So if you click these three dots here and go to copy world transform, what that does is it copies, well, we can see it actually if we go into notepad. It records the position and rotation of the object in world space. So when we press stop, we can paste that back into the object, paste world transform, and whatever changes we made in play mode, boop, will get applied to the scene now. So now the next time we press play, it's exactly where we left it. But you do have to do that, right? Because otherwise, I'll show you now, if I was to not do that, let's say I wanted the table up here and really skinny, Okay. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And then I press stop. It goes back to where it was. It's supposed to do that. So if that's upsetting you, just go to copy world position while still in play, stop it, and then paste it into your object. We're going to do something similar with the camera. Again, I feel like the camera is a little bit off now. A little bit off. So I'm just gonna bring it that way just a teeny bit. Alright, let's see it now. I think that's going to be perfect. Yeah, that looks good to me. I like that. I bloody love it. I do. And I'm happy with the speed. Everything feels good. Okay. It's going to take ages. That's going to be fine. Okay. So what is the next thing we need? Well, we can't launch our little guy right yet. And also, what direction is he going to launch into? And also, why is there a tree poking through this pocket here? That's kind of worrying. It's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. Sure. That'll do. Okay. I don't know how we're going to do this. Let me see. Okay. Yes, I do. Okay. The first thing we need is an arrow. We can either draw one, download it, whatever we want. Let's go back to the game just to see it. Yeah, okay, actually the way they're doing it, I do like the way they do it. Ooh, it's kind of nice. They even animated the bastards. That does look nice. Okay. So they're not actually using an arrow, they're using like almost looks like a diamond shape, right? But you know what that is? It's a bloody primo gem. Bet you any money that's a primo gem. And then instead what they're doing is I've just got to think about this. Do I want to just put an arrow for hours? Because this is going to take a while. There's a whole bunch of stuff I have to do to get all this to work. So I don't want to spend too long doing silly little things. I might just want to do an arrow for mine. Also, that's going to be in world space, right? Yeah, that's a 3D object, that. How are they actually doing that? Bear with me. Okay, we've got some arrows up there. $4 for an arrow? I don't think so. There's an arrow that's free. Okay, for now I just want to get the functionality working. I like that one, but it's, what's that, $20? That is nice. $5! Okay, we got an arrow here as well. That looks like it's, yeah, jump boost, like that looks like it's got some kind of, like my expectation as a player when I see an arrow like that, it like conveys movement to me. So I think we'll go with this one. Okay. It's actually beautiful. And it's free. Look at that. So we'll get the GLTF for it. Extract. Arrow. Import. Arrow. Nice. It's very big. Are you kidding me? How big is this thing? It's also way up in the air. It's God's arrow. God's arrow. God's arrow. Flying in the sky. God's arrow. It's gonna make me cry if it won't behave. It's a naughty arrow. I'm gonna need to resize it. Okay, there's our arrow. Alright. There he is. Okay, so first thing we want to do is tick tools on. Alright, and then we're just going to run our project. Why? You know why. So that we can rename our materials automatically for us. And now if we check in materials, we've got our arrow material. We can find it straight away. That's why we do that. You know why we do that. Don't you pretend you don't know. Okay, we can make this whatever colour we want. I think green could work. Green is kind of nice. We can do all kinds of things here, you know. We can do... We can use emission intensity. But for that, okay, I'm going to show you something neat. Let me show you something neat. So there's our arrow. It's way too big, don't worry. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Alright, I'm creating a new layer and I'm calling it bloom, and I'm putting the arrow on bloom, and on my main camera I'm going to first I'm going to go to package manager. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to Unity registry. I'm going to, you don't have to do any of this, by the way, this is, I just want to show you something neat. I'm going to add post-processing. I'm going to install it to the project. While it does that, I'm going to look something up because I can never remember how to do it. Well, it's always Unity anyway, isn't it? Volume. Okay. And I'm going to add a component to our camera called, I don't think it's post-processing volume though. Okay, so I created a child object of the game manager and I called it post-processing. And we want to add, where the hell is it? Is it in there? Why the frick did that change the camera though? Eh? What? Why? Why? What? Does that have a oh, it does have a camera attached. Well, I need to make a new camera for this. Ah? Ah? Oh, no, I think I know what. Yeah, okay, I was kind of in the right ballpark. I think it's because it needs a camera component to work. Okay, that's why. Yeah. Okay, so I can add a post-processing layer to my camera. Okay, that makes more sense. No layer has been set. Okay, bloom. Okay. And then I can start to add effects, I believe. I believe. I can never get this to work, you know. I can never get this to work. Do I need a profile? See, the reason I'm not telling you what I'm doing is because I don't know what I'm doing. There we go, add effect. Bloom. Where's bloom? Intensity. God damn it, I can never get this to work. Just turn that right up for now. Yeah, you always say don't use everything, but then the only way I can ever get it to work is by affecting everything. To be fair, right now I can't even get everything to work. Oh, is it because it can't be... Maybe it can't be lit. Hang on a minute. Unlit. And then can I select... Oh my god. No, I'm starting to remember now. We need a color with it, with luminosity. How the hell do you do that? I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I swear to God, I might as well just get ChatGPT to make a game for me at this point. This is a new conversation, by the way. The bloom effect is applied as part of the post-processing stack. I know I added it, and it affects the entire scene. I know I added it. However, to influence how bloom interacts with specific materials, especially in terms of intensity, you need to control the emission of the materials. I know I added it. Select the material in your project. I did. In the materials inspector, make sure the shader is set to HDRP. Yes, it is. Scroll down to find the emission. Let's put it to lit then. It's saying, for example, lit. Alright, we'll put it back to lit then. But it wasn't there, I'm telling you now. Right, go on. Go on. Scroll down to find the emission settings. I did. There. Emission inputs. I did all this. Enable the emission checkbox. I did. This will allow the material to emit light. Once emission is enabled, you will see options to adjust the emission color and intensity. Yeah, it doesn't work. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. Oh, if I turn exposure down, it works. Wait, what? Ooh, here we go. Yeah, it doesn't work very well, though. Alright, I don't know if you can see what's happening. Basically, I'm trying to make this arrow glow. It kind of does, but only when it becomes, like, brilliant. Brilliant white. But there we go. That's basically what I was wanting. Is to make it glow a little bit. Right. Make it look like it's actually going to do something cool. Okay, we did it. If you want to know how I did all of that, you're going to have to reverse engineer it yourself. I don't even know. I never know. Like, it's suddenly the problem with that is it suddenly just starts to work, and I'm like, okay, it feels like you need 50 things to get it to work, and then eventually it just works. But if you ask me what those 50 things are, basically add post-processing, add a post-processing layer to the camera, then you got to add the effect. Oh, it's a whole thing. You got to go in your material. You got to activate emission. The reason it wasn't working initially. Why is that upside down? Oh, I don't like that. Why is my speaker buzzing? There, that should be the right way around now. That wants to be at negative 180. Does it? Why though? Shut up! You buzzing little butt. I mean, I can't say that. Yeah, I can. It's my stream. You buzzing bastard. I don't really think it's good though. Because kids might want to learn to make games and I don't want to be a bad... What do you call it? Role model? Bad influence. That's the word. Oh shit, that's what they call those guys, don't they? I say those guys because I don't really consider myself one of them. Influencers. He's an influencer on the internet. He influences them internet people. Oh, bloody hell, I hope not. Okay. So now we have an arrow that represents the arrow of the direction of the where the thing's gonna launch, right? But we have a few problems. Okay, so what we can do is we can rotate this arrow to represent, but that looks like weird, right? So how do we fix that for one thing? Because we're going to want to rotate that. Well, what we can do is we can change the pivot point of the object by creating a parent. Stay with me. So I'm just going to make an empty game object, call it pivot arrow. And do you remember when I was talking about local position? Well, watch what happens when I drag the arrow onto the pivot arrow. Its coordinates are all over the place, right? Because essentially pivot arrow is wherever I created it at, arrow is wherever I created that at, so it basically sets its position respective of the parent of wherever it is in respect to wherever its parent was. I'm not explaining very well. Long story short, what you have to do, you know what, let's make this easier on ourselves. Let's make this easier on ourselves. Here's what we'll do. It'd be nice if we could see the pivot, right? So let's drop it in. Let's make a sphere. There's our pivot. So we'll reduce our pivot so that it's like a reasonable size. And we want to place the pivot at the center of our guy, right? That is what we want to do. So that we can place the pivot now and see it at the center of our guy. We know that's correct. So basically, here's what we have to do. If we drop the arrow onto the pivot, and then we rotate the pivot, now it's behaving the way we want it to behave. I mean, or at least more so it is. But we can adjust like the direction of the pivot by moving the pivot in respect to the arrow. So like if we move, let's see what happens, right? If we move the arrow down, the pivot back, and the arrow back to where it was, right? And then we rotate the pivot. Yeah, that's more like what we want. Because like the pivot wants the same distance, right, around. It's not really even the pivot, it's more like the counter. It's more like a counter pivot or something, I don't know. But there you go, that's rotating much more sensibly now for what we want, right? Let me see where it's gonna go. Okay, and obviously we don't need to see the pivot, so we can make it invisible by just turning the mesh renderer off. So a mesh renderer is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to render the mesh. It's going to show the 3D geometry of the object in question. These. Okay. The next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that this follows. I might actually, I don't know, I think I might make mine. Do I want it to work the same way theirs does? Because we can decide, it's our game, right? We could decide it. I think you know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make this easier on myself. That's why. No, I was just thinking. I kind of wish that I could just aim the thing myself. But maybe that would make it too easy, right? Like, cause it's all about timing. So maybe it would be too easy if I could aim this. We could certainly do that, and yeah, that would actually make it easier. But easier isn't always better. So we said we were recreating this game, so we'll recreate the game. But anyway, another thing that we're going to want to do is the pivot arrow needs to follow our puck, right? Because at the moment, like, let's run it, right? At the moment, if we run it, what's going to happen is the pivot arrow is going to stay where it is. And we want it to follow our player. So the easiest way to do that is to make it a child of the player. So we drag and drop it onto the player. You save that. And then when we rerun it, yeah, I think it's a little far away from... Move it a bit closer towards the player. We also need to make sure that's still pivoting properly. Yeah, see, now that's kind of fucked it up. Okay. And what if we move the pivot closer towards the player? Look any better. Oh my god. Oh, it's because I was trying to grab that. It's this I still want. What is... Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, see, I don't really know what I'm doing. Yeah, I think it's way too far away from it. I think that's the problem. I think it needs to be closer to its pivot. Its pivot doesn't want to be that far away from it, I think. Yeah, try that. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Okay. I try to vape my controller then. Okay. Okay. So next what we want to do is we want it to rotate left and right constantly on a loop, right? So if we look at the game, it's constantly arching left and right by itself because this is a game of timing. So the way we do that is Shut up. I'll put it in root, it's fine. We need to create something called an animation controller. Also, let me just drop that scene in scenes to neaten things up because it shouldn't be there. There we go. So basically an animation controller controls animations. Kind of self-descriptive. So it's like, I'm just going to call it anim puck. But it's not really the puck, is it? It's actually anim arrow, because it's going to sit on our arrow. Now this is important because we're rotating via the pivot so that it rotates correctly. We need to make sure our animation controller goes on the pivot. So we're going to add an animator. We've only got one anim arrow, so we add that. And then if you go to this animator tab, if you don't have it, go to Windows, animation, animator to add it. This is the animation controller for the pivot. And if you go to Windows, animation, or animation, I've docked mine down here. This is where we can create animations for our objects. So I'm going to go back to scenes so that I can have access to these tools because we're going to need them. Zoom in a little bit. And then if we click the create button, we can create an animation for this. So I'm going to call it anim arrow, same as the animation controller name. And then what we need to make sure we do is we need to make sure we click the record button, and now anything that we do in this scene will be sent over to the animation timeline. So what I'm going to do, we know we're starting at 180 and we can decide how far left do we want it to go. I think that's probably about right. And we can see in the inspector that that's about negative 225. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to set that at exactly negative 225, just so we're working with nice whole numbers. And you can see a key appears for rotation at negative 255 on this frame. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to drag a square to select those nodes, and I'm going to go over to like anywhere else in the timeline, let's say dot 40. And then what I want to do is I need to do a calculation here, right? Because we started at 180, or maybe it was negative 180. It was probably negative 180. So if we started at, well, let's pretend it's 225 then. So if we minus 180 from 225, the difference is 45 degrees. Yeah, that's perfect actually. So we can go in the other direction, right? So if we're minusing 45 degrees from 180, we want to set this one to negative 135. That way we know it's exactly the same. Where the fuck's it over there? Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. It's something to do with the pivot probably. But we know it wants to be at negative 155. So it doesn't look right to me. Maybe it's the angle. It doesn't look like it's rotating as much to me. Are we sure about that? Hang on a minute. It must have been, right? Negative. It's just that at 155 it doesn't look like it's rotating anywhere near as much as it was. Not even close. Like negative 155 is there, right? That doesn't look like 45 degrees to me, but I'm wondering if it's like a camera perspective thing. Probably is. Alright, we'll go a little bit further out then, because I'm worried it's not going to be enough. So instead of negative 225, let's go to negative 235. And then on this node here, I'm clicking on here, by the way, on this red part. This sends you to whatever frame you want to be on. And then hang on. I added, it was 225. I sent it to 235. And we were going to be 135, so I want to send it to 145, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, again, it doesn't feel like it's going as far in that direction for some weird reason, but okay. Negative 145. And then I can copy, it's, you know what's easier is actually if we grab these nodes and just put them at like 10, where it's 0, 10. I'll show you what we can do about that. And then what we're going to do is grab the first node and paste it over the second node. The reason why is that'll make it ping pong. So if we play it, it's going to be way too fast. It's doing what we want it to do, but it's way too fast, right? That can be hard mode. Well, yeah, you can do stuff like that, right? We could play the animation at different speeds depending on difficulty or whatever. Or make it get faster throughout time. There's all kinds of stuff we can do. I'm not going to do that now, though. In order to change the speed, what we do is we highlight the whole thing. We'll see these new vertical lines here. All we want to do is stretch the line out. You can see there that's 1 second. That'll make the whole thing take 1 second. It's still too fast. So if we zoom out, we can make the whole thing take 2 seconds. It's still too fast. And we can just mess with it until we're happy, right? So it feels good. I think it's about the same as what they've got it at. Maybe it's a little slower than that. Okay, I think it's about there. Yeah, there is something weird going on with the perspective there, though, because like you can see a gap between when it rotates on the left and when it rotates on the right. Not sure why that is. Right, another thing we need to be careful of here. So this will now play this animation constantly, right? But what we need to be careful of is there's a position node here, and the position node will overwrite anything else. And we don't want its position to always be here. Let me delete the key. Okay, so if we've got to remove properties, I'll remove position completely. Right. Okay, that's a problem. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, we've hit a problem. Let me just see what that does if I play it. I think it's going to frick it up. I think the position's going to override the position that our player tries to set. Oh, actually, it doesn't. Interesting. I thought it would. Okay, so it must be using local position then, which actually makes sense. This arrow is bugging me. I don't know. There's something not right about this arrow. Like, I don't know what it is. Is it a perspective issue? Like, it doesn't rotate anywhere. Like, that's actually rotating the same amount in both directions, but it does not look like it. It does not look right. There's no way that looks right to me. Okay, what I'm going to do, let me just put it back in root. I'm going to delete the pivot arrow. Well, no, we can keep the pivot arrow. Also, I don't really know why the rotation's at negative 180 anyway. It seems kind of weird. Right, you'll see what happens, right? If we set the position of the child object to 0, 0, 0, what it does is it centers it to the parent, because these position markers become local positions rather than world positions, which is actually what we want. Push it down a bit. Just because I know that it's center of the player. And the arrow arrow's at negative 180. That would have been why the other one was. But the rotations want to be as zeroed out as they can be on negative 90. Okay. And what that ensures is it just makes sure that it's starting from like as flat a point as it can be. gonna delete these keys. So right now the pivot is at 0, 0, 0, which is dead center. So what I should be able to do is I should be able to take it to like negative, because we're no longer starting at negative 180 as well, which really helps. I should be able to take it from like to negative whatever 55 on this frame, and then move it to 55 on this frame, and then move it back to negative 55. On this frame. Yeah, that's much better. You see how just being a little bit off can really throw the whole thing out? Yeah, it's a little bit too fast, but not too much. Okay. And also the pivot being closer to the toy makes a big difference as well. Okay, so make sure we take recording off and just click on and off. The reason I'm doing that is if I turn the mesh render off for this, it will think it's an animation key and it will only do it on a certain frame and it messes things up. But by doing that, we make sure we turn it off fully. So I'm just going to test it again. I think that's fine now. Yeah, goddamn, that looks a lot better. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. What happens when you hold R2? Oh, wow, they even animate it. They even animate it. God, they're so good at this shit. They're so good at this shit. I'm so jealous. I wish I could make. They even animate. How are they doing that? Did you see that? Well, look, watch the interface. Well, it's not even the interface, it's in world space, right? So they've got this, like, it's got a bit of bloom on it, like mine. Theirs is freaking animated, which is awesome. I'm not sure how they're doing that. Unless it's worlds, unless they're using world space canvas UI. That's actually much slower than mine, by the way. And when you hold it down, actually it might not be as animated as I think it is. They might just be scaling the object. I think they basically destroy the original arrow object and then they scale in the meter. But the meter, how do you have a meter like that on a 3D object? Can you even do that? Unless they're using scaling. Yeah, I know, I wasn't really trying to play it, alright? Shut up. Yeah, mine feels way too fast now. Just gonna slow it down a bit more. Alright, say it again. I feel like I don't want to sound racist, but I feel like a Chinese developer You know, like, because there's a lot of Chinese games companies that just copy other games. Put a bad one. I'm a very bad Chinese rip-off developer. But no, this is how you learn, right? Okay, because there are genuinely problems here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to solve them. Right, so essentially what do we need to do next? Well, when you hold launch, we need to display a gauge that represents how we need to stop rotating the arrow, and then we need to display a gauge that represents how much power are you going to launch the object in. I have no idea how they're doing that. Let me think about this. I can do that easily with UI, but it's not so easy to do in world space with 3D geometry. Or at least not with the tools I've got. How the hell are they doing that? Okay, I'm going to start by creating a 3D cube. Okay. I'm experimenting right now. I don't know how I'm going to do this, to be honest. I'm wondering if we can achieve it with scaling somehow. It would also need to grow only from one side. It's not really how scaling works. Although you probably can change pivot points, can't you? Yeah, you have to adjust the pivot point using 3D modeling software. a problem. I don't suppose anybody's made a gauge. Okay, so it may well be learning time. I don't know though, like I don't know. Yeah, I guess I can see how that would be the way to do it, right? Is if what did I do with my Blender shortcut keys? Hang on a sec. I cannot use Blender to save my life, but I guess we're learning. Blender keys. Here we go. Select model mesh. Tab to go into edit mode. G grab move. S to size. A selects all. U UV menu. 1 vertices. 2 edge. 3 face select. Z to select Z axis. Y or X for Y and X axis. Control and R. Add edge loops. Oh my god. Oh, that was for my scouts on How the fuck do I make an object? Add mesh plane cube circle. So I could make a plane, right? Let's have a look at this. So I can make a plane. S to size, and I can grab one axis. S just does all at once. Y, S, Y. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay, I can kind of see S, Y, S, X. Copy paste G. Copy paste G. How do I rotate? Ah, yeah. It's gotta be like a way to snap it, is there? I don't see how. SX G. Ooh. Wonky gauge. Wonky gauge. Wait a minute. Can I do this on iClone? Kind of know iClone a bit better than this shit. I should have transform numbers somewhere. Render, output, view layer, scene, world, collection, object. Here we go. Object. Negative 90. Ugh. Apparently that's negative 90. How? Oh, that's why. Okay. Zero. That one's 0. Okay, now G that down to there. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, now SX. That's almost a dirty word. SX. I wanna SX you up. Get on there, you little bitch. I probably shouldn't have said that directly after singing that. I wanna sex you up. Get down there, you little bitch. I'm sorry. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm a fool. Okay, so we. Ugh! Why? Put it. Get up there, you little bitch. Okay, and now 0. Oh, what? 0. Okay. There you go. We got a box now. I've got to stop talking. Time for sex. Get out there, you little bitch. Oh yeah, we got a box now. Like, what the fuck? How is he doing? All right, and then we need a big one. Stop talking. This sounds so bad. I need a big one to slot in there, you know, and then grow it and get it nice and big. You know what I'm saying. But can I even do that? Yeah, probably. Without getting arrested. Also, this still looks a bit thick to me. I don't know. It kind of looks like a battery charge icon, right? Okay. I think basically I want another one of them. Right? And I want it to start there. And it's going to be the fill part, right? No, you fool! There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah? I mean, I don't do this, right? This isn't my wheelhouse, but we've got to learn. Now, the only thing I need now is a way to grow this, to change its pivot point, so that when it grows in Unity, I don't know whether child pivot points would work that way. Because if I grow it at the moment, it's going to go like that, right? So it's hard to make it work like that. Also, it would be good to have a separate material on this. So the first thing I need to do is change the material. Have I not got that in my little guide here? Hold Z and bottom materials. Z and bottom. Hold Z and bottom. What the fuck is a bottom? What? Z and bottom? I don't know what that means. Are these materials? Add a new texture. Image or movie. Why would I fucking watch? I don't watch fucking Gone with the Wind on here or anything. I'm busy. I haven't got time for films. Fuck off. Films? What's this? New material? Here we go. Right, this is what we want. Material 1. Inner. Alright. In it. Okay, new material. Outer. Now is that inner and that outer? Oh, we're getting somewhere now. Ooh. Right, calm down. Calm down. Okay. And now all I need to do is change the pivot point, right? So let's... Okay, to change the pivot point origin of an object in Blender, follow these. Select the inner plane. Make sure you're in object mode. Am I in object mode? Tab is edit mode. It says object mode. Yeah, I'm in object mode, I think, because it says object mode there. So I assume that's what it means. In object mode, since you'll be changing the origin of the entire object, not just the part of the mesh. Set the 3D cursor to the desired pivot location. Use the 3D cursor as the point where you want the pivot to be. For example, if you want the pivot to be at the edge of the plane, select an edge or vertex. Go into edit mode. You just said go into object mode, you liar. So tab to go into edit mode and then select the vertex and then shift S to bring up the snap menu. Hang on a minute. So tab to go into edit mode, right? Select the vertice. What if I could grab it? Come here, you little... Get here! Little bastard. Get it. There you go. Wait, I got 2 of them. I don't want those. That edge. Maybe it's not vertice. How do I go to vertex? Edge? I want an edge, don't I? Edit. Mode. Edge. Select. How do I get an edge? Edge. I don't know if that's... It looks like it's getting some of that as well, though. I don't know what it's actually got selected there. How do you know what it's selected? 2 is edge. Oh, there we go. That's the edge. I'm having way too much fun. Okay, so I'm in edge. Shift and S to bring up the snap menu. Choose cursor to selected. Shift and S, cursor to selected. Oh, there you go. Oh, nice. Okay. Now what? Set the origin to the 3D cursor. Switch back to object mode by pressing tab. Yeah. With the inner plane still selected, press Control, Shift, Alt, and C. Control, Shift, Alt. How many fingers do you think I've got? Oh! God, I'm glad I've got all my digits. What did that do? Did that do it? Is it done? Nah, that didn't work, you bastard. What else is it supposed to do? Alright, click to bring up the Set Origin menu or go to the Object menu at the top and choose Origin to 3D Cursor. Ah, you bastard. Origin. Do what, what? That was a lot of whats. With the inner plane still selected, press Control, Shift, Alt, C. Yeah, that just broke my hand. Set Origin menu. To bring up the Set Origin menu, I'll go to the Object menu at the top and choose Origin to 3D Cursor. Object, Set Origin. Origin to 3D Cursor. Boop. Did we do it? Oh! Wait, we got Z fighting. Yeah, we got Z fighting, but it's also too, like, it doesn't... It would be better to have a little bit of a gap, I would say. We can also just make it fit a bit better, can't we? Like, I would rather just have a little gap, to be honest. Like that. There you go, that wasn't so scary, was it? Not too bad. Alright, so now hopefully Unity should let me size that in the way that it's meant to be sized, right? Like a little charge bar or whatever. So we'll fill it halfway and we'll leave it at halfway by default. So I'm going to save this as a blender. Where am I? Pool table. Stick it in my documents. Gauge.blend. How do I make a folder in here? There we go. Gauge mesh. Gauge.fbx. I don't think we need this, but I'll do it anyway, just in case it doesn't bring the materials. Alright, we'll see what happens. This is all new to me. This is good, I'm learning as well. Maybe this isn't a tutorial. Watch me struggle more like. We're doing good actually. We're doing pretty good. Go to me models folder. That's what it's for. Okay, we've now got a gauge model. Okay. So again, we want to go to legacy, models name, model material, because that's how I like it. Ooh, baby, that's what I like. Okay, and we've got a gauge inner, we've got a gauge no name, and we've got a gauge outer. I don't think there'll be anything in no name. Let's bring the object into the scene. Oh, it's very big. Well, we can change that, you know. If we go to gauge and we go to model, we can make it like 0.2 of itself. Apply. There we go. And now it's a more, you know, sensible size to work with. So there's our gauge. It's still big. Maybe could have done with a 0.1. This, I think this is going to work fine, you know. This is going to be great. I mean, is it perfect? No. But it'll get the job done, I think. We're about to find out. So I'm going to shrink it down. It's like a little battery charge meter. I suppose that's exactly what it's supposed to be. And we can mess with the colours and materials and make it look a bit prettier. That's not a problem. Here we go. This is looking decent. This is looking decent enough for baby's first 3D model. It's not even really a 3D model, is it? So that there's going to want to be at 90, yeah, no, negative 90, because it needs to fill from the other direction, doesn't it? So we're filling from the bottom to the top. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. That's pretty good, now. Alright, we'll get rid of this cube. We don't need it now. We'll hide the arrow for now, so we can see what we're doing. Yeah? Okay. I'm going to hold down the right mouse button and run right through the table. Because I'm so excited. I just couldn't help myself. Alright, so... Oh, okay, I had the wrong thing selected. It's fine. Happens to the best of us. Right, there's me gauge. Looking pretty nifty, if I do say so myself. That is looking pretty decent, that is. Now another thing is, right, I think it would make sense if the gauge rotated with the pivot, right? So if the gauge is filling, because otherwise it'll be confusing for the player, right? If suddenly the gauge is like dead center, you're kind of forgetting what angle you're going in. So I think we want to make it a child of pivot arrow, which we will do. I just want to make sure a couple of things. If we change the gauge material, inner and outer, does it actually change? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, that's pretty good. We could name these so we know what we're actually dealing with. I'm not sure what that is actually. Okay, for some reason that has a different material to the others. I'm not sure why. So we'll give that the gauge outer material because that's not meant to be that material. So we'll call that inner. We don't need the light. Light of my life. How you the light of my life. Did I just change? I can't remember how I did this now. When I made the arrow material, did I just use the default arrow material? Yes, I did. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do, I think I'll set it inner to the arrow outer material. There you go. Now we've got the same glow as the rest of it. Bit of consistency going on. And now it's clear to see what's thinking. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to copy that material and just give it a different color. And we'll call this gauge outer. I'm just going to give it a slightly different color. It can be any color we want. I think blue would look good, actually. And I'm just going to grab these outer and I'm going to give it that material. Okay. Okay, now you'll notice it's still glowing green. Why is that? Well, that's because under emission it's still green. There we go. That looks pretty. I like that. Okay, and then we can. No, the big moment of truth now is, does it scale? Okay, that didn't actually work. It doesn't scale the way it's supposed to. Oh, what an absolute bitch. What if we were to... Well, that's annoying. Yeah, but I'm scaling the child, aren't I? I also can't tell what's what. Let's turn the mesh render off for that. Okay, we can sort of do it that way. We can sort of do it that way. It's similar way that we did the pivot point, right? We can fill that now. There we go. We can fill that now. Okay, so now we have an interesting problem to solve, okay? And that is that the gauge needs to accurately, like, represent its value, right? Whatever it's supposed to represent. Because this is just an interface, right? This is just player feedback. It doesn't really mean anything. So what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is... I want the gauge to basically act like a progress bar, right? So we can set a value on it and it will represent the correct size for whatever progress it's meant to represent, right? Like a bar in a bar graph. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to make a new mono behavior script. I'm going to call it we'll just call it gauge. So we'll call it set gauge. How about that? Set gauge. And then what I'm going to do, wait for it to compile. There it is. We're going to add the set gauge to our gauge. I'm going to go into the code, and here's what we're going to need. I want it to have I want it to work off of we'll use a float, I think. Okay, we're going to use a public float and I'm going to call it set value, and we will set this value on set value to the gauge, and the gauge will represent whatever value it receives. That way when we do our, because this represents force, right? How much force are we putting into the object to send him off in the direction it needs to go in. So we can then use this system to represent whatever force that we actually want to give the object, right? So the way we need to achieve this is by having a minimum and a maximum scale value, and then from those values we can work out what percentage of the range within those values it needs to be. So essentially we want a private float which is minimum scale. I want a private float which is maximum scale. Alright. Now, what I'm going to do, two things. I'm going to add a UI library. We're going to use the UI library. We're going to use the input system library. Because what we need to do is find what these values are first. The first thing we need to do is find out what these values need to be set to. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to do a public input action asset again, our old friend input as. And to do this, we're actually going to need to create some new inputs. So let's set that up now. These aren't going to be in the game when the game is finished. These are just to use as a developer essentially. So if I go into my input actions, I'm going to create a new action and I'm going to call it fill gauge, and I'm going to make another action and I'm going to call it empty gauge. Okay. I'm going to bind L1. No, I'm not. I'm going to bind R1 to fill gauge, and I'm going to bind L1 to empty gauge, and I'm going to save that. Then we're going to go back to our code and we're going to do two private input actions. You guessed it. This one is fill, so we're looking for fill gauge action, and the other one is empty. So empty gauge, fill, empty gauge rather, empty gauge. Okay. Then in input, I'm going to do a couple of things. First of all, I want to update constantly the txt debug, which we haven't actually declared yet. So we need a reference to that. So we want public text. Remember we did our debug before? So we're going to hijack that. We could make a separate debug. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do a public text txt gauge val. Okay, so in our canvas, if we duplicate our txt position and make a txt gauge val, we can use exactly the same as what we have before. I'm just going to turn position off. There we go. And then we're going to say a txt gauge val equals, and what we're interested in is this. Actually, it's not even this. What we need to do is we're running on gauge. So the way this works, we're running on gauge, so we can use transform find to get the children. So the child we're interested in is the one called inner. We'll call it inner gauge, because this is basically, this is the pivot and this is the object itself, but we control it through the pivot. That's the one we're interested in. So as long as we spell it the same way, we just spell it inner gauge, and what we want is the inner gauge is dot game object dot transform dot local scale, and I think it's going to be the Y scale that we're interested in. We also have to convert that to string like that. Can I implicitly convert string to unity text? Oh yeah, because it needs to say text. Okay, we'll save that. And in our thing here, we want the txt gauge value setting, okay? And then we need to make it so that this gauge can grow and shrink depending on which input is being pressed. So we can say if input empty gauge was pressed this frame, then we need to basically, what is this one? Empty gauge. We need to reduce the scale. Okay, we need to reduce the Y scale of the gauge and then increase the Y scale of the gauge if we're pressing the other button. So we need to say again, you know what I'm going to do, because we need access to this inner gauge. Yeah, several times. So it's like I said before, right? If we're using something more than once, we should always declare it up here because it's slow to do it any other way basically. So we're reaccessing this game object, so we want a private game object. You know what else I like to do, because this is something that, so basically what we have here, you'll see I'm splitting these variables. The reason why is because these are debug variables, these are permanent variables, because once I'm done debugging it I can actually get rid of all this, but I don't want to accidentally delete something from the permanent variables section when I do so. So I'm separating my variables between temporary and permanent. So this will be a permanent one because we need access to this gauge for some of the permanent systems, right? Once we set the value, we set it from that. But either way, it's going to be the same one. So it's going to be private game object, and we declare it as I like to just call it the same thing. We'll just call it inner gauge, because that's what it's actually called. I will do object inner gauge because, like I was saying before, that's good practice and it's good to do. Okay, so object inner gauge, and then on start we can say object inner gauge equals, and it's basically this, transform find inner gauge dot game object. So once we set that there, now we can just say object inner gauge here. There we go. Then when we do this, we want to say object inner gauge dot transform dot local scale equals new vector 3, because it's just like, it works exactly the same way as transform position. First we need to store that vector 3. My keyboard wants charging of all times. So we'll declare a vector 3 of get scale wants to equal object inner gauge dot local scale dot transform dot local scale, and then our new vector 3 is working on x, y, and z. This time we're changing y. We want to leave x and z. So basically it will be get scale.x, get scale.y minus, because we're emptying, whatever value we want to put in here. I'll just start with 0.1f for now, and then get scale.z, and then we basically want to copy that, change it to input fill gauge as the input action, it's still object in a gauge, and the only difference here is we're adding to the scale rather than subtracting from it. Okay. Save that and run it. So what should happen now is we should be able to change the scale of the gauge in real time and see what the scale of the gauge is in our text debug. The reason for that is we need to know what the values need to be for full and empty, right? So bollocks. It's working, but it doesn't let me hold it down. Okay, so there's a way to fix that. We just change it to is pressed, and what that allows us to do is hold down the button and it will scale as we continue to scale as we hold it. Otherwise I'm gonna have to press it one at a time, which could break my hands. Right, it seems to be going up, which is not what we want. Also, it seems to be going in the wrong direction, and also it's way too small. Right, so it seems like Y is not the dimension that we want. Actually, I just realized I know what it'll be X. Because if you think about it, we did X before for left and right, and he went up and down, didn't he, because of the position of our camera. So it's actually the X. Okay, so X, and because it seemed way too slow, let's do minus 0.5 F, and then that one just wants to stay the same, and then this one can be X plus 0.5 F, and that one wants to stay the same. Okay. It's working, but it's not scaling like it was in the editor. As you can see, it is leaving its house. It is leaving its house. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. It's probably because I'm going to assume it's because it's not far enough away, but I don't really understand what the rules would be for that. This is all ChatGPT's fault. Because it promised me that changing the Didn't it also give me some code for it though? Yeah, this is not working out, is it? Right, hang on a minute. According to this, and that might be true actually. According to this, what I should be doing is setting the parent's pivot, setting the center of the parent where I want the child to pivot from. But if that was true, then it would be there. No, it leaves. No, that doesn't work at all. It's full of shit. Yeah, I do think this is a failure of Unity, to be honest. I do feel like Unity should have better tools to do this. This is exactly what ChatGPT said to do. Now it's what the fuck is happening? Now it does want to do it in the correct dimension. Wait, would it even be Y? It wouldn't even be Y, would it? It would be Z. Because Y would be the height, but it's a flat plane. I'm going crazy. Unity's making me nuts. And I was already nuts to begin with. So there's no hope for me. Okay, it's working now. Well, that's confusing. Okay, the main, I don't care, it's working. That's all that matters. You quickly learn to take the W's where you can get them. Let's just make it less sensitive, more sensitive. What does that mean? Less intense. Because we can't get the values at that speed. Come on, my beautiful. What is with my singing today? I don't understand. Oh, bad news. Apparently the scale is 1 no matter what we do. We could read the scale of the child though, couldn't we? No, it's because we're reporting back on the wrong dimension, that's why. Okay. I love this. Help me. Help me. Help me, please. Alright. So obviously the scale wants to be like pretty much 0 when it's 0, right? So we can set the minimum to like 0, I guess. And then we know that maximum, how would you look at that? Maximum is 1. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. It's fine because it gave us a chance to test to see what it's going to look like when it's representing the power. And I'm very happy with that. That's really, really cool. I'm so happy. I'm retiring forever now. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for all your everything. I'm done now. I'm going to curl into a hole and die. No, we can't yet. We're not done. So, wow. How is that possible though? Because I didn't model it that way if you think about it, right? If you look at me, what I did in Blender, right? I kind of filled it halfway. So I don't understand. Like, I would expect the scale to be 2. Closer to 2 than 1. Because doesn't it need to be double the size it was? Oh, but I filled it though, didn't I? Yeah, but I filled it in Unity. I didn't fill it in Blender. I'm so confused. No, but it's 1. It's 1 in respect to its parent, I guess. Oh, yeah, that actually makes sense. Of course, because we're not. Yeah, of course, we're not scaling the child. We're scaling the parent. So because, oh, that's really cool, actually. Of course, it makes perfect sense. It's 1 because we're not manipulating the child itself. We're manipulating the parent. The child through the parent. So 1 will basically just reset it back to whatever it was before we started manipulating it, right? Obviously. Ah, that's actually really cool. Okay, this is working out pretty good then. So we know that at 0 it's going to be not filled, and at 1 it's going to be fully filled, which is like perfect. Alright, so what do we do now? Stop being weird. Can't. Sorry. You're going to see someone else about that. That is not my style. So I'm going to attach the gauge to the puck. No, I'm not. I'm going to attach the gauge to the pivot arrow. Oh no! No, I know why it disappeared. It's because we turned the pivot arrow off, don't worry. Okay. That's perfect. And then we'll turn the gauge off by default because we start in arrow mode, right? So back to our game manager, we need to reference this gauge and we need to reference the arrow. Okay, so let's add those. Rah! Ah. Okay, that's better. Object. Arrow. objects. Gauge. You fool. I'm losing the plot. I really am. I'm actually losing the plot. You can see me degrade throughout the day. It's great. Drink some sugar, that helps. Okay. So now we have a reference to our objects. We can switch modes. Let me just play it again because I need to figure out how this works. So they've got it so that it's R2. Do you just keep R2 held down? Maybe it would be better to do R2 actually, because the way they've done it is like basically you hold R2 down, then you get the charge gauge, and the charge gauge fires and lets go when you let go of the trigger. That's why a trigger makes more sense than a button here. Yeah. Got it. Wakarimasu! So back in our input actions, we set launch as button south. I'm going to change that, and space. We'll just copy Genshin because I want a job working for Wuthering Waves, and that's all they do. So if I want to work for Wuthering Waves, I just have to get better at copying Genshin. Okay, so now we've changed the button. What we want to do is a couple of things. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the most basic state machine you could ever have. Are you ready? Boom. Mind blown. Best thing you can ever learn. Play state equals 0. What this is going to let us do is transition through the various states that the player is going to be in. So we know that state 0, and what I like to do when I make these, by the way, I like to just make a note of what each one is. So play 0 is free move. And state 1 is which includes aiming, because the aiming is automatic, right? And state 1 will be thrust, gauge, and state 2 will be launch. Okay, so we know we're in state 0 because we've already set it as 0 here. So what we basically want to do is we want to say in our update, that's our debug text. That's fine, we can leave that in. I'll put it at the bottom though. What is happening to my computer? Should we close some of this stuff? We're looking good. We don't need to. We've saved it as well. Let's close some stuff. The computer's lagging. I've got Genshin and a million other things on. Ooh, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. Now this is where we can be smart about things, right? It's like, do the controls change depending on what state the player's in? Do you know what I mean? Like, so in other words, sometimes in a game it's like you do the same inputs, but they have different they have different they have different effects depending on what state you're in. Like a good example would be a double jump or a jump glide, right? So you press jump the first time you jump, but if you press jump while in the air, maybe you glide or maybe you double jump. Are those the same thing? No. They're the same inputs, but they have different outputs and responses, right? For this game, let me just think. We start with then we press the holding the button. Yeah, I don't think we need to do this, but it's good practice and we'll do it anyway. I'm going to start off by just saying if play state is 0, then we can put all our state zeros here. And then just to remind us, we can say free move. I want to say if input launch, what did I call it? Input move. Oh, we haven't added it yet. So we want a private input action, input launch, and then our input launch equals our input asset, find action, and I think I just called it launch, to be honest. I can check. I think I did. Ensure that action is enabled. You know, like, people say this. This was ChatGPT adding that line in. I've never had to do that, ever. It's like, I think maybe you can disable, like, yeah, maybe it's good practice because the inputs can be disabled, but like, you don't have to enable them. Like, they start enabled, I think. So I think that's actually a waste of 2 lines of code, but okay, whatever. I don't think you need that, to be honest. I've never needed it. If input launched was press this frame, and we already know we're in play state 0, so we can say play state equals 1. So now what we're doing is we're saying, okay, player, you are now in aim mode. Well, it's not aim mode because aim's automatic, but you're in thrust launch mode. And then, so then the next question is, how do we go into thrust mode? Well, thrust mode, we basically we're in this is gauge charge mode. Launch was released this frame is what puts us, and we're in play state 1. This is what puts us in play 2, which is thrust mode. And then basically, once the thrust has been executed, right? Once the thrust has been executed, we reset back to the beginning again. Okay. So the reason I wanted to link these two, we've got our object arrow and our object gauge, is because depending on what play state we're in, depending on which one of these wants to be displayed. So essentially, if play state is 0. Then object arrow set active to true means we want to show the arrow, but object gauge set active to false, meaning we want to hide the gauge. Alright. If play state is 1, which is gauge charge mode, then it's the other way around. We want no arrow and we want the gauge. If we're in play state 2, which is thrust mode, we actually don't want either of them enabled. We actually just want to become the player. Become one with the player. Yes. Spooky, but it's true. Alright, so let's test that first. What should happen is we should start off in launch mode, which is what we're in anyway. Not launch mode, free mode. Yep. And then as we hold down R2, it should show the power gauge, but the power gauge is going to react to our right triggers. So basically, boop, yep. Okay, there's something else I forgot to do. We need to stop that aim animation, the rotation. And then the gauge is working in real time as well. That's perfect. We're almost perfect. And then when I let go, everything disappears. So we know we're in the right states now without having to do anything else, because we saw the UI representation work correctly. The only thing we didn't do is we didn't stop that animation from playing. So what we can do is if we go into our animator and we click on our, okay, actually I'm wrong, it's our arrow. So don't forget that the gauge is a child of the arrow. So basically the arrow is the parent that's rotating. Yeah, we can't use the animation controller for this. We have to use the animator itself directly in code. Okay, so now we can go and say, well, where was our problem? Well, our problem was when we came out of free mode. So really this is free mode into gauge charge. And this is gauge charge into thrust. So as we go into gauge charge, this is where we need to stop the animator. So we basically, this code is running on Game Manager. So we need player object, object player. Transform. Actually, we've got the arrow. Don't we have the arrow, don't we? Ah, but the arrow is the child component. Okay, we could get the arrow through the parent. Yeah, that's gonna be easier actually. So a neat trick is you can say if you want a parent of a child, you can actually just say, which we do, object arrow dot transform dot parent. So we want the parent of arrow, which is pivot arrow, right? Because this is where the animation is running on, and then we can say get component animator stop playing back. I've never really seen that before. Give me a second. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay. Where the hell was I? Yeah, animators stop playback. I thought it was just. I've never ever. Maybe they changed it. I could have sworn it was just plain stop. I don't recognize the stop playback. Maybe they added it or changed it or something. I don't know. I swear that isn't what that said before. Anyway, we'll try that and see if that works. It's just not what I was expecting it to say. Maybe they changed it. Could have swore that was just stop before. Okay, so we can move our thing. Great. No, that didn't work, did it? Yeah, there's something not right about that. I don't what is going wrong? I thought that didn't look like. Okay, let me try something else. I'm going to play an animation called Stop. I gotta be careful with this though, because if it has any data in it, it's gonna screw everything up. Yes, it's there. It's there now in the animator. Anim arrow and anim stop, but anim stop doesn't have anything in it. So I want to see what that does. I'm hoping it will just stop it dead in its tracks. How the hell am I meant to do this then? My keyboard died. Oh my god. My keyboard died. Eat the juice. Eat it. Eat it. Eat the juice. Eat the electric. Eat it! Why are you eating it? This keyboard is really weird. Are you 100% plugged in? Oh my god, you can see all my little bits off my skull. Gross. Come on! Hey, look, we don't get to be beauty pageant contests and game developers, okay? You gotta pick your battles. Okay, I think we're working. Get over here, you. Oh my god. I need a better setup than this. Right, okay. Yeah, whatever, just call it animator for now. Just in case it's, I mean, I know it's not that though. There's also speed. Can I just say speed equals 0? Let's see what that does. I swear they changed this. I swear you could just stop an animation from playing before. I don't know what the hell is happening. I gotta be honest. I feel like you could always just say animator stop and it would stop playing an animation, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Swear I've done that before. Yes! Yeah. Also, okay, so this is interesting, right? I feel like this is kind of cheating, right? I'm pretty sure the Genshin one doesn't let you do this. Like, once you've decided that you're in the correct position, and now it's time to just stop it on the thrust, which we haven't done yet. We haven't done the cycling thrust. I feel like being able to move at this point is kind of cheating. So let's stop the player from being able to move once they're in state 1. So really we should flesh these out a bit more, right? Let's just drop these down a sec. Because really, also this one, right, animate the speed only applies to like thrust mode. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. We could put them down here. Like, as we set the player state, it's like, you know, we could actually be doing a lot of this shit up there, to be honest, but it's fine. So we can do what it said, right? We can disable move. Well, actually, that one wants to be enabled. So, you know, like it said up here, this is actually a better way to do it. So I don't think you needed that anywhere. A better way to do it would be to enable those input actions and disable them where we need them, right? So here we want to be able to move, so we can enable that input action. But now we're in state 1, we want to disable the ability to move, so we can disable that input action. And it should still be disabled on this one, but we'll disable it there again anyway. Right? But yeah, the reason I was thinking of adding this as well is because we're getting a bit... This is where animate the speed equals 0. And this is where animate the speed equals 1. Okay, I just realized something though. We got a problem. Where did Boo pop up? He hasn't. I just noticed he hasn't said shit all day, has he? It's actually kind of nice though, because I've needed my I've needed my brain power for this. So anyway, let me just test that. Let me test that. Yeah. I can no longer move. Perfect. Okay, so basically, yeah, because I was trying to get that animation thing to work, I I did something really bad, and I want to explain why it's really bad. So what I did is I set animator in the inspector, right, so that we could change that animation. But there's a reason that that's bad. Yeah, I'm starting to see a few bad things here actually. I don't even know. Game Manager might not have been the best place to put player controller, but we'll be fine. We'll get around it. Okay, so I need to explain something about the way this is set up and the way this works. So if we continue doing this, what's going to happen is we're going to lose control over the animator as new toys come in to move, right? Because we publicly linked it in the inspector. So unless we were going to go and reassign it, I mean, I guess we could reassign it, but what's the point? If we're going to reassign it anywhere, then there's no point. So I'm going to change it to a private animator, which means it now needs setting. And in start, I'm just going to say animator equals object arrow transform pair, just like I did before. Get component animator. But yeah, actually, this reminds me actually. Yeah, these are also bad. So the reason these are bad. Okay, I'll explain the reason these are bad. Because we've already set object player, right? And this is a child, this is a child, and this is a child, right? And once we start prefabbing this out and instantiating it, the linked fields that are linked in the inspector will be pointing to the old version. So we need to either update them or not inherit them that way in the first place, and that's the better way to do it, is to not inherit them that way in the first place. Like, it's going to be easier for us, because imagine how out of control I could get as we add like more and more and more and more and more systems. So essentially, the way I want this game manager to work is whichever our currently active puck is, right? Whichever our currently active puck is the object that we're currently doing all our code on, all right? And so these are going to be pointing to the one that started off at the start of the level, rather than the next puck, the next puck, the next puck, however many we want to give the player, right? So that's why it's bad. So in the same way that I just took out the animator and I went and inherited from the animator, we need to do the same thing with object arrow and object gauge. So I'm going to make object arrow and object gauge private, and we're going to set them. You know what's better to do then? Okay, what we'll do, I'm gonna show how else we should do this. So at the moment, start only runs once when the level loads, but if we're setting up the object of the player, which we are, and we only do that at the start of the level, we only have to do it again later when we spawn objects in. So essentially, it's better to have a function that will do that in both instances, right? So basically, I'm just going to call this set player. Okay, and set player is going to do this for us. So once we have a new player, let's call it setup player. Yeah, setup player. So once we have a game object set up, then we can just call on setup player essentially, right? So we need object arrow and object gauge. So object arrow is going to be object player dot transform dot find, and if we look in our hierarchy, we're looking for pivot arrow we can use a / in the same way that we can in file systems. So if something is, if we want to define another child now, we can say pivot arrow is the first child, arrow is the second child. And it wants to be of type game object. And then we need to do the same thing for object gauge. So object gauge is going to just be called gauge, but again it's a child of pivot arrow. So we get pivot arrow again, and this time we're doing in lowercase gauge. And this just makes sure that the gauges and arrows, because in our game, right, the gauge and the arrow is attached to the object that gets thrust around, right? So it's like specific to the player object. So given that it's specific to the player object, we need a function to be able to set that up every time we change the player and spawn a new object. So instead of that, we're going to say set up player in start, and then this is going to go and find all of the children that we need references to from the player object. And this is the correct way to do it. This will save you a ton of pain later. A ton of pain later. And now our inspector looks neater, right? We don't have as much trash in the inspector. And there's just one simple player object. And everything else will inherit from that player object. So we'll just run it, make sure it's still working. Should be fine. Okay, we got a null reference. So we need to take care of that. Okay, where is that? So if we double click it, it doesn't. Okay, well, that's the problem with putting multiple things on the same line. Wow, the one shortcut I took comes back to bite me in the ass. Yep, you learn that as well. Okay, now it's set up properly. Okay, and now we can find out exactly what's null referencing when we run it, rather than have to guess. Okay, the object arrow is saying it's a null reference exception. So what I'm doing now, I'm just going to scroll up because, yeah, I was going to say, since we tried to take care of that at the start in its own thing, and it was null referencing, the odds were that it had already null referenced on the assignment, which it did. So basically it's saying the object arrow, yeah, it's because we haven't set the arrow yet, that's why. All it is we tried to set the animator of the object arrow before we set the object arrow. So obviously we need the object arrow before we can set. So they're just the wrong way around. And this should fix it. Alright. There we go. Everything's good. Everything is great. Perfect. Okay. Now what? Well, now it's time for me to learn again. It's time for me to learn again. Because I think what this game really needs is physics. Which I'm not the best at. Which is why I say it's time for me to learn. Okay, first thing I know we need to do is just lift the player up slightly off the table. And the reason why either of these are my packages. Doorbell's just been ringing all day long. And I'm expecting a delivery, so I'm like, okay. So there are a few things we need for physics. We need a rigid body with some mass. We need a floor or a ground. Because if I... We don't need to use gravity. We don't need to use gravity. Do we need to use gravity? Because the table's always going to be flat, so I feel like we can cheat and not use gravity for this game. In which case he doesn't have to be too high above the table at all now. Okay. I'm going to not use gravity. One thing we are going to need to do though is we need to make sure that our player can't fall off the table, right? Like the bounds of the table, he needs to bounce off the table essentially. So let me look at the table. So there's a few ways you can go about doing this. Actually no, we won't, because there's pockets. What I would have done if there wasn't pockets is I would have just maybe seen if I could use the table's existing geometry to give those rigid bodies as well. But since it's got holes and pockets, that's just going to cause problems. So it would be better just to make new ones. So here's what I'm going to do. Alright. I'm going to make some cubes. So we're on our table. I'm going to go 3D object, cube. This is your invisible walls, by the way. If anyone likes invisible walls, this is how you do invisible walls. We're going to make some invisible walls. Yay. Okay. And we're just going to figure out where do we want the object to bounce off of, right? So we want to line it up with the edge of the table.
Shorttime Pika 787 Beta says, "Hi Cappy."
Hello Pika, how are you? Okay, so there's our wall on one side. And we'll call that... Why not? We'll call it wall. And then we'll make a duplicate. We'll put another wall on this side. So there's another wall. And then I'm going to rotate this one
On Twitch,
90.
Loviaton7 says, hi.
Hello, how are you? Everybody shows up all at once. 2 people to talk to. What the heck? Alright, so we want a wall here at the back for it to bounce off.
God, I sound hot with that voice.
Hot Paimon! That is terrifying. That's terrifying. Yeah, it doesn't really sound like Paimon. If it sounded like Paimon, it wouldn't sound hot, would it? It would sound like, ah, my ears! Help my ears! Yeah, sadly I can't have... Well, maybe it's a good thing, actually. Yeah, it doesn't really sound like Paimon, but again, maybe that's a good thing. Okay, so basically these all need rigid objects.
What are you creating today?
So what I'm doing is I'm remaking this, which is Genshin's Finchball event. And we're remaking it in Unity. Live on stream because I'm insane. Okay. Actually, no, we don't need rigid bodies on these. We just need the colliders. So they've already got the box colliders, so that's great. So all we do is we turn off the mesh renderers so they become invisible walls.
Loviaton7 says, imagine I would have a deep as fluff manly voice with the same picture wall.
Right. So our table now has invisible walls. Our game object now has a rigid body. So now this is where it gets kind of nuts. I'm gonna need ChatGPT. I'm gonna need ChatGPT to help me with this one. So we have our rotation, we have our angle. So I'll show you what I've got so far. You see, we're sort of getting there. It takes a long time. Okay, so we'll play ours. As you can see, mine's a pool table. Okay, yeah, we can move left and right. We have the rotation automatic, like it is in that one. And then we hold R2, same as in Genshin. We hold R2, we get out, oh, gauge
But
meter.
my husband, why use ChatGPT when you have me?
Can you help me with the code? That would be amazing if you could. Okay, well basically what I need to do...
Short Time Pika 778 says, Wooer version 1.2 countdown has begun.
I'm not your maid.
7 says, I am not your maid. I
The
can't
maid's
help
program? That voice is great, isn't it? Okay, so what we need to do basically is we need to cycle. The next thing we need to do is cycle that gauge right up and down. So, let's see, how are we going to do that? Because I put a class on the gauge itself, which I actually don't think I need now because I set it up pretty interestingly so it goes from 0 to 1 anywhere. True. True. Okay, let me figure this out. I still think we should use the class though, set gauge. Now what's nice is what we can do
Is
is...
it just me or does the game need more of like a cartoon style?
Possibly, but we're still fleshing it out right now. Yeah, well, you just have to sort of stick together what you can. We are almost 6 hours in. That's how much this takes to do.
Smash me.
And we can't even... Were you talking to the Bangbu? Well, he is a Bangbu. I mean, he is a Bangbu, so... I'm currently...
Short Time Pika 778 says, I'm currently Union level 59 on the EU server of WUWA, and I'm only doing the Echo farming event now to level up my Echo and maybe the XP.
Wonderful. Okay, so basically what we can do is we can say the input fill and empty gauge can be disabled because we're not debugging anymore. We know that works. So that's input fill gauge, disable. Okay, so that'll stop the gauge from, I also want to turn that txt gauge val off. Okay. And then what I want it to do, basically...
Says, by the way, is it only me, or should it look really funny if the game used the minifigure collectibles from The Legend of Zelda Link Awakening?
Well, we have to get what we can. So I get my 3D objects.
Khaki coding is my nighttime ritual, and I'm only joking with you.
So we have to get our 3D objects from this website here, and they need to be free. So if you want to go over to sketchfab.com and whatever it is you want to look for, Zelda or whatever, they do have stuff like this. And you click downloadable. Yeah, if it's a free model like this, we can use it. But anything else, yeah, it would be not easy to do. But this game, like I say, I'm just trying to recreate the Finch game, so I don't need anything too complicated. Cannot be declared in the scope because that name is used in the closing scope to define a local parameter. Wait, what?
Her fancy.
Okay, I must have accidentally... Yeah, I think I accidentally hit paste. I think that's why. Okay, so what we need to do now is make sure that whatever value is set in gauge is set to the actual... Oh yeah, that's probably why it set it, because I was going to use this as a template. So instead of saying get scale Z plus 001F, we can use the variable that we declared at the top. So if we click on gauge, that one would be set value. Where's it gone? Set value. Why is that in there a million times? You know what? It's my Bluetooth. My Bluetooth's messing up.
Says, search up, link, and look at the 7th picture / model.
It's because my keyboard's dying, that's why. Okay, my keyboard's actually dying right now. Yeah, like I said, if you want to go ahead and look, be my guest.
778 asks, what are you looking forward to when it comes to WUWA version 1.2 the most?
Right, it would be better to set this here because both of these use it, and then we can also use it here as well. So if we drag that up there, then both our debug works if we need to debug it some more. Yeah, my Bluetooth is dying right now. What is going on? I think it's because my keyboard's dying. It's running out of battery. It's making it quite hard to work actually because it's kind of starting to lag now. Okay, so we can test that. Basically, we'll know if that's working because it's kind of tricky. I'm going to need to use my left hand. When I hold my left hand down, yeah, that's working. That's our gauge. And if we go into our gauge, there it is. We now should be able to set the value directly. Yeah. Yeah, we can set the value directly on gauge and it will set it. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so that's our thrust meter to say how much thrust we want to apply. So now it's time to ask ChatGPT, I think. It's going to be fun. But first we need to reference that, right? So we're using a specific gauge class.
Short time Pika 778 asks,
Set gauge
are you
class.
not in the question mood tonight?
Yeah, but nobody's asking me
7
questions
says,
about this.
Collect the 24th picture might be something to add for the stuff you can collect.
Collect? What are we collecting? I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, I'm happy to ask questions about this kind of thing, but I'm not. I don't have the bandwidth to think about Wua right now. On Sketchfab. Collect the 24th picture might be something to add for the stuff you can collect. Do you have a link?
The word collect, the 24th might be something.
Yeah, I'm not quite following you there, to be honest. Do you have, are you talking about a model on the website?
Short Time Pika 778 says, you need to create a VTuber for coding sessions. Loggington 7
I'm not that
posted a
bothered.
link.
Right, so we want a public set gauge, which I'll call set gauge.
Link.
But the gauge, okay, again, this is a parent thing, so we don't want to do. Right, we don't want to link it publicly in the inspector, otherwise we're going to have the same issue that we had before. So instead, we need to link it here. So set gauge basically is going to be on the gauge object. So it's object. Do we have an object gauge? Yeah, we do. Object gauge. Get component.
Error.
Equals object gauge. Get component. Set gauge.
UWU.
There we go. Oh, she didn't say uwu? That's annoying. Okay, so we should now have access to that. Okay, so back in here, right? Play state 0
I posted the link by
is
the way.
normal. Let's have a look.
Short Time Pika 778 says, at PC let's cheer up Cappy.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm not
Absolutely.
upset.
Sending positive vibes Cappy's way.
Why do I need
Rolling
cheering
star.
up? I'm in a good mood. Yeah, that is a pretty cool star actually. Yeah, I'll keep that to one side. We can download it now and then I can get it. I'm not actually logged in on this one. Let me copy. I have to copy the URL. Yeah, we could use that. Yeah, we can use that. What am I logged in as? Firefox probably. Yeah, I think so.
Laviatin 7 says, maybe for collecting or something on the board.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, so I'll download that now. And then Lost Wish. Yeah. Yeah, so if we go to our import, we'll call it star.
The automatic iText on the left is a 10 out of 10 by the way law.
Thank you, I made all this myself.
Short Time Pika 778 says, it nearly looks like a star you would see in a Mario game.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I made all this myself in here in Unity actually. And the AI changes depending on what game I'm playing. So because I'm in Genshin right now, because I'm copying a Genshin game, that's why it's Paimon. So if I was to load Zenless, it would be a Bang Boo, and if I was to, I haven't added Encore yet for Wuthering Waves, but yeah, stuff like that. It's pretty fun, and the voice changes and everything. Yeah, you can talk to her as well. So if you put @boo and then ask it something, it will talk back to you. It will answer you. It's like a chat bot and everything as well.
PlayCompile asks, "At Boo, how are you?" Hey, PlayCompile, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm not sure. Why is her head... I don't know why her head's turned like that. She's got...
Laviatin7 says, "At Wanna Smash, I am sorry for asking this." Wait, what lol?
Wanna Smash? I'm not sure why her head's turned. Yeah, let me show you the other one anyway, because it's obviously... I think it's just because it's been running for a while.
Short Time Pika
Still got bugs.
778 asks, "At PC Boo, how's our favorite streamer?" Kathy is doing great. Full of energy and enthusiasm as always. Rocket.
True, true. Okay, so if I reload it, you'll see the other one. I've got a new opening screen now. You'll see that as well.
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started.
No.
It looks like you're now playing Genshin Impact. Would you like me to update the stream?
No.
On Twitch, Laviatin7 says, "Bot is confused, it feels like."
No, I just had to restart it, that's all. No, it's just... I noticed her head was turned to the side. I've noticed that before. I tried resetting that, but I'm going to need to look at it again. Yeah, it's still got bugs because I made it, so it's like it's a work in progress. But it works for the most part. There's a few little hiccups here and there. I mean, she's been running for 6 hours, so... Over time, I think it just drifts a little bit, so I need to look at that. Right, I've got to wait for my hard drives to wake up, apparently. Come on. Thank you. Okay, where was I? Right, so yeah, basically what I need to do...
Short Time Pika 778 asks, "Jiggering letters, that's new, but
Sensitive movement. It's just letters, Pika.
to movement."
Not really, because it's just letters. They're going to see a lot more movement in the gameplay, aren't they? Sensitive to movement. What, some letters jumping up and down? If you were that sensitive, you'd live in a giant vat, full of life support fluid. Nobody's that sensitive. You'd be like, and I don't even think you'd be able to watch a live stream. Right, let's top this up. Yeah, so basically the gauge should charge and decharge, like go up and down, right? And this is in play state 1, I believe. Yeah, it's this one. And is this running an update? Yes.
Laviatin7 says, "PC Boo wanna smash. Sorry for asking this."
And what we need to do, as we set that state, what we can do is we can set that up in a
At
core
PC Boo
routine.
wanna smash. Sorry for asking this. It's all good. Let's keep the focus on gaming and having a great time together. Any questions about the game or anything else you'd like to know?
Okay, so for core routines we need access to system, collections, and we want to set that up here.
At PC Boo, are you single? Let's keep the focus on gaming and having fun together. Any questions about the game we're playing right now?
Wow, you got rejected. Rejected by Pion. That's amazing. Okay, so I enumerator, we want to basically auto gauge, I'll call it, right? Because it's like the gauge is charging up and down. So we'll do auto gauge. So the first condition that needs to be true is the condition needs to be play state equals
And how's your
1.
project going?
What? It's going fine if you stop interrupting me when it comes to war. Woo is going to be great when it updates, but it's not. When is it tomorrow?
7 says,
Next week.
1999, we will have flying cars. 2024. Dude gets rejected by AI robot.
True. Well, happens to the best of us. Okay, so basically play state needs to equal 1, so it needs to be engaged mode. The reason we say that is when it comes out of play state 1, we don't want a million core routines running on each individual thread because that'll like affect performance. So this will drop out when we change states. We also need to yield return new wait for end of frame. Okay, and then as we come into this, we can determine the float of current val equals 0f. Alright. And what we need to do is we need to loop through once while we charge up and then loop down again for it to go back. So the value is starting at 0, so we need to say...
Short time Pika 778 says, Lulu version 1.2 releases in 6 days.
Right, so we say while current value is less than 1f, we need one of these in here. We want to say current val equals current val plus 0.1f, or whatever we want it to be. That's going to do it across 10 frames. That's going to be too fast. Okay, we'll do 0.2 for now. We'll see how it goes. And then what we need to do is set the value on the gauge, right? So we've got our gauge. Where was this? What do we call it again? Set gauge. And it's set value equals current value. Alright. And then basically, when that becomes 1, we want to go down. So then it'll drop out of there, and we want to say less than 0f.
Short time Pika 778
We want a
asks,
-2.
have you played any of the Mario games?
Very briefly. When I got my Switch, the first one that came out on the Switch, I ended up buying it, but I wasn't really my kind of thing. I played it a little bit. It was okay. I can't remember which one that was called. But yeah, I think it was the first one that was on Switch. Let's have a look. Mario Switch. I think it was any of those, was it? That one, Mario Odyssey. Yeah, I played that one very briefly. I have not played any of those. It was okay. I was enjoying it for a bit, but it wasn't. I'm not a big fan of platformers, to be honest. It was fine for a couple of hours now and again. I played it a few times. All right, let's see if that's working. So what should happen now is when it goes into charge mode, it should charge up and down on its own, in the same way that the arrow rotates left and right on its own. Ah, it didn't work. Okay, weird. Why is that? Why did it not work? We didn't get any errors. Oh, because I didn't call this core routine. That's why it didn't work. So what I need to do is when I go into state 1, which is here, we need to start the core routine auto gauge. Okay, that'll do it. Oh, I got a headache. It's getting warm now. It was kind of dark and chilly earlier. Now the sun's coming out. It's getting a little bit warmer. Doesn't know what it wants to do. It's been all over the place. We had a heat wave a week or so ago, and then it started getting nice and cool this week. Actually, most of this week's been quite cool. which has been nice after the heat wave because we're like 2 weeks, 3 weeks of a heat wave. But yeah, today it's kind of transitioned from cold, like kind of cold, to now it's getting quite warm actually. All right, let's see it. Is it doing it?
Short Time Pika 778 asks, did you play the game called Pinball on PC before?
There are a lot of pinball games. I don't think there's one just called Pinball. You'd need to be more specific. But have I played any pinball games on PC? Not really. Only Senran Peachball, Senran Kagura. That is really fun, actually. I really like that game. I've got that on the Switch as well, actually. Because originally it was only on the Switch, I think. Yeah, I would love to make a pinball game, but that would be very, very difficult. I need to get better at physics first.
The weather over here has been a bit cold, but it's ending a bit tomorrow before the cold returns.
Right, I'm not sure why that's not working. So the first thing to do here is to see if this coroutine is working first, right? Because first of all, we need to find out if this coroutine is even running. So we'll do a debug.log and we'll say coroutine is running. And we'll see if that is actually coming back or not.
PlayCompile has requested I tell one of my famously hilarious jokes.
I really didn't.
Why did the burglar hang his mugshot on the wall? To prove that he was framed. LOL.
Yeah, that seems to be killing the frame rate as well, doesn't it, actually? I suppose I've got Genshin running in the background as well. Okay, so the coroutine is running. That's the good news. Bad news is it's not setting the gauge.
Laviatin7 says, at PC Boo, tell me a joke about me. Why did the gamer bring a ladder to the bar? Because they heard the drinks were on the house. Enjoy the game and have a great time with us.
Oh God, what are you guys doing? Are you bored or something?
One of my fun facts. In India, the flying of a kite is illegal under a 1934 law, which classes kites as aircraft.
Yeah, her head is drifting a lot, actually. I can't fix that right now. I'm trying to fix this.
Boo, what gender are you? I'm a robotic cute companion named Boo, here to assist and have fun with everyone. Let's enjoy the game together. I didn't fucking ask that.
Well, maybe it did because it's saying I'm a robot. And robots don't have genders. So in a roundabout way, it kind of did. Float current value 0f, while playstate is 1. Should be 1, right? Coroutine is running. Okay, I think I might know what's happening.
What gender would you be if you had one?
Okay, here's the reason it's not working. Because I
Boo, your
need to do it that way around.
Companion here to assist you,
because I
regardless
have
of
to
gender.
do it that way around.
Let's focus on gaining fun.
Alright, this will be it. Are you ready? Hey! I went up but it didn't go down. Okay, it went up, but it didn't go down. We're
Wait, I
getting
have a cool
closer.
idea.
We're getting closer. Ooh, also that feels like... Wait, that's not an infinite loop, is it?
At PC Boo, who is your creator? I was created by a team of talented developers who wanted to bring a helpful and fun companion like me to life.
Oh no! Infinite loop! Oh god, I haven't done this in ages. I actually crashed my game. That's really annoying. Because there's no way out of
At PC Boo, what's your name? I'm Boo, your energetic and helpful robotic companion here to make your day more enjoyable.
it. Okay, I crashed it. I'm not sure why.
At
Let's just
PC
back it
Boo
up.
is Boo a boy or girl name? Boo is a gender-neutral name, perfect for a friendly and helpful companion like me.
Okay, we're doing Finchball. I'm just going to back it up. Okay. Yeah, I crashed it. But that shouldn't have
Short
crashed.
Kika 778 asks, at PC Boo, are you bored? Never a dull moment when I'm here helping out.
So it should drop out of that as it hits 1F.
Laviatin 7 says, at PC Boo, how much do you sleep? I don't sleep at all. I'm always here, ready to assist and keep the fun going. PlayCompile has requested I tell one of my famously hilarious jokes. What do vegetarian zombies eat? Grains. LOL. At PC Boo doesn't sound healthy at all. Get rest. Don't worry, I'm just an energetic robot. But thanks for looking out for me.
I don't think Paimon's ever had this much interactions before. Okay, we can skip
Who
that
ain't
one.
want to flirt? I am sad. PlayCompile activated
think
Catthorny.
Only did.
Catthorny. Oh wow. Why do I suddenly feel the need to look for love? At PC Boo ever had a date before? I'm always up for a date. How about we grab some virtual coffee and chat about games sometime?
Did you not know about that? That exists. Oh yeah, I got tons of channel points.
There's a channel point thing that makes her horny? TF.
Yeah. There's quite a few of them. If you go, so if you look under channel points, there's quite a few actually. Nobody really uses them that much. I spent tons of time making them. Yeah, there's quite a few. There's pause AI, tell a joke, shares a fun fact, AI gets angry, AI gets paranoid, AI gets stupid, AI becomes a psycho,
Boo wanna smash now.
AI horny, AI
How
echo.
about we smash ending
Don't use that
first
one.
and see where
It's
that
really
takes us? PlayCompile has requested I share one of my fun facts. An amateur beekeeper and a group of scientists found that waxworms are capable of eating and breaking down plastic bags. The settings of a waxworm's stomach can be recreated to safely dispose of plastic bags and bottles.
Wow, amazing. Do you guys know each other, or do you just happen to show up at the same time and torture me? Right. The worst part is this project is infinite looping, and I don't know why. Because first of all, this would be out of play state 0, so this would stop this running on a loop, and also this would stop this running on a loop because it's a single frame input.
At PC Boo, why are you so naughty and horny? Just trying to have some fun and keep things interesting. Who doesn't love a little excitement?
God.
PlayCompile activated Catnoid. Catnoid, what are you saying about me? Why are you all out to get me?
Well, I see you decided to use my stream as your personal playground right now. Right, let's see if this works. I'm super worried about
Bro
this.
has 10 billion channel points.
Yeah, he probably does actually. He's gonna run out eventually. Okay, come on. Okay, the good news is it's not infinite looping anymore. The bad news is it doesn't charge back down. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to ask me why. So it goes down to 0 and it's less than 1. Okay, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to help me with this because my brain is struggling, especially with all the distractions going on. And I'm not gonna let your distractions stop me from fixing this.
1 trillion channel points.
I'm trying to charge and decharge this gauge automatically, but it charges and doesn't decharge. Can you help fix that? Alright, let's see if ChatGPT can do this. I reckon so. I could do it myself if I didn't have so many distractions, but also I am starting to frazzle now because I've been at this for 6.5 hours. So I probably need to get, yeah, it's not quite food time yet though. I will need to get some food and get a break. But we can see if ChatGPT can fix it. I think it will.
Laviaton7 says, at PC Boo is ChatGPT your father? I'm Paimon, not GPT. Don't get it twisted. PlayCompile has requested I tell one of my famously hilarious jokes.
Paimon's like, don't get it twisted.
Why did the coffee file a police report? It got mugged. LOL. Smartest eye on the world.
Alright, let's see if this fixes it. Yeah, she's not bad. She's not bad. She can do Google searches as well. It's pretty cool. So, like, here we go. Let's see. Assistant. Look up. When is the next Genshin Impact patch?
At PC Boo, look up corn pics for me.
She won't
Nice
do it for
try,
you.
But I'm not falling for that. Keep it gaming related, please.
There you go.
The next Genshin Impact patch, version 5.0, is set to be released on Wednesday, August 28th, with maintenance starting on Tuesday, August 27th at 1500 PDT, 1800 at.
That's pretty cool. She'll do it for me, but I haven't given you guys access to that because that costs me money. Well, it would cost me money.
Meaning she would do it for him, lol. Short time Pika 778 says.
Yeah, that
"At
gets
PC
expensive.
Boo looking up Woowa."
But yeah, she
Nice
actually has
try,
her own.
But I'm not falling for that.
So she actually has her own search engine on Google. So what you do is you set up your own custom search engine on Google, and then you can set it up however you want, and then I connect that into her, and she basically accesses her own search engine and does a Google search, and then analyzes the results and then reads it back. It's freaking cool as hell. And she can do all kinds of stuff. She can translate in real time, both text on screen and like text from clipboards and loads of stuff. It's so cool. I spent quite a long time programming her. Yeah, I've got to fix her head though. Her head's drifting. I don't know either. She's new.
7 says, connect it into her. Totally doesn't sound Seuss at SLL.
Oh, totally not. They like it. AIs like it when you connect things. You stuff them with information. They like that. Like a good stuffing. Connect them. Okay, let's see if we fixed it. Did we fix it?
Can you
Did we fix
connect
it?
our USB sticks into them?
She would need a body for that. We'll get to that next year. There we go. Okay, now we just got to work on the speed. I think that's a little too fast.
Short Time Pika 778 asks, at PC
That looks
Boo,
dodgy,
do you love
actually.
Connect 4?
That looks a little bit dodgy. It doesn't look dodgy on that side, but on that side it looks a little bit dodgy. Or is that just my mind?
Connect 4 is a classic game, but I prefer video games with a bit more action.
Okay, so we can slow it down. We can do half. Let's see what half looks like.
Raviatin 7 says, at PC Boo, do you love corn games more? Paimon, corn games? Really? How about we stick to games that don't involve vegetables? Okay.
Oh, but you like a nice cucumber. Alright, let's try it now. Yay! Perfect! We did it! Okay, so now it's just applying physics now. So now we've got to shove the object, apply force to the physics object in the direction that it's aiming at with the thrust that gets set. So we definitely need GPT to help us with this.
778 asks, at PC Boo, do you love Uno on mobile? Paimon, Uno on mobile? Now you're talking my language. It's a fun way to pass the time, don't you think? Laviatin 7 says, at PC Boo, do you love something inside?
Calm down. Calm down.
Paimon, whoa there, buddy. Keep it PG. Let's stick to talking about games and not get too personal, okay?
Right. Okay. Change my battery over. Okay, so we have everything we need to apply the force now.
At PC Boo, I talked about Needle's Eye, the hospital. Paimon, needles in the hospital? Sounds scary. Let's focus on happy thoughts and games instead, shall we? Cat Echo. Echo, echo, echo. Okay, so we have everything we need to apply the force now.
No.
No.
Shut up.
Shut up.
You shut up. No, if you're gonna spam chat, you will be timed out.
You shut up.
Paimon, tell him.
Time on, tell him.
If you spam chat,
Turn on, tell him.
you get timed out.
Spell chat. Set timer.
I never said set timer.
Set timer, set timer.
I said
You will be
timed out.
Shut up. Set timer, I said timed out.
Oh, it's only got 50
Set
seconds left.
timer, I said countdown.
That's really. I've got to remove that one. That's really annoying. Okay.
Just gotta remove that one. That's really nice.
She mishears me all the time. It's so stupid. She obviously gets the text that shows up under the TV, so it's not always correct. Also, why has it got both?
She obviously gets the text that shows up under the TV,
It's got
so
both
it's
frames.
not always correct. Also, why has it got both?
Shut up!
Shut up.
Okay, right. Let me just ask GPT how to
Okay,
do
right,
this.
let me just ask Tubity how to do this.
Who? Tubity? Who the frick is Tubity? Ask your boobities. Oh no, you don't have any. That was funny. Alright, so.
Short Time Pika
Okay,
778 says, let's have a fun time.
I need to apply force to the player object of set gauge, set value in the rotation direction of. Okay, so the object that rotates is, it's a child of output, it's pivot arrow. We haven't actually defined that. Yeah, we haven't actually defined that as an object in memory. Okay. But it would basically be object arrow's parent. So I'll just pretend it's object arrow. Okay, I need to apply force to the player object of set gauge dot set value in the rotation direction of object arrow when entering launch state. How do I achieve that? Alright, moment of truth, ChatGPT. Can you do this? Can you do it? Okay, it's giving me something. It's giving me something. But is it something that'll work? You know, you guys are insane. It's been complete deathly silence for like, this is my life, right? Complete deathly silence for like 6 hours, but it's fine because I've been dealing with this. And all of a sudden it's like absolute insanity, like question, chat, a million things everywhere, and then it's just deathly silence again.
Let's just all try and enjoy the content from Cappy, and hopefully we won't get bored out.
Well, I don't pretend to be the most entertaining, because if you're not interested in this stuff, then it makes sense that you would get bored. But you know, bear in mind people probably will be watching the VODs and stuff like that, I'm hoping, in the future to learn from it. So, you know, it's probably just as manic for them as well, watching it back. Alright, let's see if this works. I'm trying to see what it did. We don't need that anymore. That was to debug. Launch player. Okay, so it's set up a launch player. Get the direction of the arrows pointing. Okay, I said object arrow, but we actually want dot transform dot parent dot transform dot forward. Okay, let's try that. I'm excited. It's gonna move. Hopefully it's gonna move. Is it gonna move? I hope so. I hope so. Okay. Damn it! There is no rigid body attached to the puck game object, but you're trying to access it. That's not true. Ah, it is true. Oh, it's because it crashed. Okay, it's fine. I thought I was going to sneeze.
We should be as deadly quiet like the dead eye.
So that rigid body that I added earlier, didn't get added because it crashed and we lost it. So we add it again. We don't want to use gravity. At least I don't think so. And let's try it again. Did I lose my walls as well? I might have lost my table walls. God damn it. It moved! I mean, it moved. What the hell was that? Holy shit. Yeah, I think we lost the walls. God damn it, we did lose the walls. Okay, we've got to put the walls back in place for a start. Now, I noticed two things about that. First of all, it was way too fast. It went way too far. So we need to tune those numbers. And it went in the wrong direction. And like I said, we lost our walls, so we need to put those back in now. Alright, so we'll add a cube. So these are going to be our invisible walls. Now you might be thinking, well, they're not very invisible. I can see them. But don't worry, we will make them invisible. Don't you worry. I know you're panicking right now, like, ah! But it'll be fine. Right, so we'll call that wall left. A wall right. Wall top.
I'm going to leave now before it gets too late over here, and I'll see you next time, Cappy. Bye. PlayCompile activated Cat Cycle.
So then why are you activating that then?
Cat Cycle. I'll kill you all. Give me the launch codes, now.
Okay, wall bottom. Renderer. Okay, so we added the walls. We want to reduce the force, so we've got times launch force. So here we can say launch force. And let's do it at 10 times less. 10 times less than what we had, first of all. Okay, let's see. So we want to see it bounce off some walls. And hopefully it will not be as fast. The direction is going to need fixing as well, but we'll deal with that. Okay, the problem is, watch what happens when we add gravity. It's because I need to add some physics to the table. Yeah, when we add gravity, it falls obviously through the floor. So the way we fix that is we've got these walls, right? We'll just do table, surface. I would always call it surface because it's already on the table, so it's kind of obvious that it's part of the table anyway. We'll show the mesh just so we can shape it and see it. And we just want to basically give this table a physics surface, so some form of collider. There we go. That should be fine. And then we can hide that. Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, I fell over? Okay, there's a way to fix that. There's a way to fix that. So basically, we can do constraints. It's probably the Y rotation I think we need to freeze. Could be wrong about that. No, the Y rotation. It's not the one. Is it Z rotation? Okay, we could actually, for now, let's just freeze all rotations. I do want it to spin though, wouldn't that just be X though? Yeah, it's fine to spin. Which one is that one? Oh, that is the Y. So the only one we don't want to freeze is the Y. Okay. That seems counterintuitive. Yeah, rotations are weird like that. Alright. So just make sure he can't fall over. Okay, seems fine. And let's thrust him. Okay. He barely moved, but that might be a good thing. We could divide by 9. Give him a bit more thrust. Let's try that. Yeah, I think it's because, okay, so it's basically there's like a friction now caused by gravity, probably. So what if we do it at full force now? Turn down the angular drag as well. I like the spinning. But he didn't bounce off it, which is kind of weird. So maybe they need kinematic as well. Let's see if they do. Rigid bodies as well. Make them kinematic. Okay, let's try that. I feel like it kind of bounced. I don't know. Yeah, you know what I think it is as well? Is the collider on the puck. Okay, it's because it's got a sphere collider. Yeah, it's got a sphere collider, which might be good actually. Because I was thinking about it and I'm like, wait, he doesn't have a collider on him at all actually. It just kind of stopped dead. And I think that's why he's floating above the table, right? I think he's floating above the table because the collider... Yeah, this also has a collider on it. Which might be a bad idea. Although it's probably the other way around, actually. I think if we turn the sphere collider off and leave the capsule collider on, I feel like that would probably give better performance. Yeah, either way it's kind of fine. It just doesn't really bounce. It's like all the inertia goes into spinning the object rather than having it bounce. Also, is he floating above the table? He kind of seems like he is. Yeah, he's floating. I think it's because he's... What is saying? There's a capsule collider there. Didn't we turn the collider off though? How do you make a physics material? Yeah, he's still not going in the correct direction, I don't think, is he? No. See, it goes to show us how like simple a game like this is to play. How much like effort and work goes into it, like how much shit has to go into it. Alright, well I could do with a break, and I need to get some food. We'll probably pick this up again tomorrow. What is it now? 7 hours on this? Yeah. I think we'll pick this up again tomorrow. But yeah, it's getting there, right? So as you can see, we've got some physics, we've got some colliders, we can now move the object. Yes, it's going in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's not really bouncing off the table. It is moving though, which is a step in the right direction. So basically we correct the rotation angle. We make the thing a bit more bouncy. Stop it hovering in the air off the table. These are all things we can fix. And then we can move on to the scoring squares and, you know, start thinking about some other things. But I think I'll leave it there for now. Also, the puck was... I did push him forward a little bit earlier. But again, when it infinitely looped and crashed and I had to break out of it, I think we lost some of that. Let me see it one more time. Yeah, it's... Obviously it needs work. But yeah, I mean, we got a lot of stuff done, right? Like we can move left and right now. Yeah, I feel like even since adding the gravity and everything, what is he floating on though? That's the thing. He's floating. Oh wow, that's weird as well. That collider actually. That collider shrinks and grows, which is weird. But where is this ball coming from? Because it's not the pivot ball. Yeah, I have no idea. So this, clearly this ball here is playing a large part in this, and I don't even know where it's coming from. This ball here, which isn't the pivot arrow. We can turn the pivot arrow off. He still floats. So it's not the pivot arrow. It seems to be related to the cylinder. Oh, yeah, it is the cylinder. Interesting. Okay, so the capsule collider is actually going all the way down here. That's kind of weird, because that doesn't. I did not expect the capsule collider to look like that. It also doesn't look like you can squish it down either. Okay, so probably the best thing to do then would be, let me turn that off. And if we give it a... I want to give it a mesh collider. Convex. Okay, let's see if that changes anything. Yeah, he's sat on the table now. Okay, he's sat on the table for one thing. That's an improvement. Yeah, he seems to move a bit better. Still not, obviously still not completely right, but it feels a lot better than it did with this capsule collider. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that capsule collider. Yeah. And like I said, I'm going to probably end it here. Go get some food. I am frazzled. Alright. So, if you've been following, thank you so much. Hope yours is going just as well. If you are following along with any of these old tutorials, and I'm still streaming, obviously, don't be shy about dropping in and asking questions. Or just let me know. Just let me know how it's gone as well. Like, it would be nice to get some feedback. That's kind of the issue that I have at the moment, is like, you know, we have some kids that like to come in and mess about and whatnot, and that's fine. I enjoy that as well. You know, I play a lot of games. There's that side of it, but I'm trying to get more into the coding side, more into the sort of helpful, you know, game making side. So any feedback that I get from that would be really appreciated. All right, I'll leave it there, and I'll catch you in the next part. Probably tomorrow now, and we'll get this movement down better. We got the scoring squares to put into place. We've got all kinds of stuff to do, but yeah, I think we could maybe nail this down in a part 2. Another like 5 or 6 hours at this. Probably have a fully playable game, I would think, which ain't bad. Like 12 hours to make a game. It's not bad. Little mini game. Alright, I'll leave it there. Bye.